Chapter 452. The historical site that Wu Qiu was talking about was called the Nether Demon Stream. It was said that a long time ago, the demon race had once occupied the Center God province. The Nether Demon Stream was one of the demon race's territories, but it was destroyed by a powerhouse. It took a long time to travel from the Divine Cliff to the Nether Demon Stream. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not encounter any danger. After the heavenly saints spoke, the demons all disappeared. The only strange thing was that the heavenly saints and immortal gods had not appeared yet. If not for the fact that some demon factions had been razed to the ground, the world would have thought that the immortal gods were joking. Zhou Xuanji asked Wu Qiu to help him find out where Xian Xianghua was, and Wu Qiu asked about her. Demonic cultivator? She might have already left the Center God province, Wu Qiu said with a frown. Wu Qiu frowned, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart sink. Lan Xiangying said, "There are no more demonic cultivators in the Center God province." Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. He was not too worried. Xian Xianghua had lived for over 10,000 years after all, and she was proficient in the celestial devil rebirth technique. She should be able to protect herself. Half a month later, the three of them were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the Nether Demon Stream. Lan Xiangying stopped and landed on top of a mountain. Wu Qiu moved his hands, and golden mirrors of light flew out from his sleeves and hovered in front of them. The mirrors reflected the scene of the Nether Demon Stream from a different perspective. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers was a boundless mountain forest. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and the Nether Demon Stream was like a black line that divided the land into two. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. They saw many cultivators moving about, and some even flew into the Nether Demon Stream. There were also people fighting. Wu Qiu coldly laughed and said, "It's so lively." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there any true gods here?" Wu Qiu shook his head and said, "The demonic factions in the Center God province have all retreated. The true gods of the various factions are busy fighting for territory. How can they have the time to come to the Nether Demon Stream?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. The serendipity in the Nether Demon Stream was not worth mentioning to true gods. As for that saint sword, he had not verified whether it was real or not. Since there are no true gods, should we act directly? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could already rival Void Extreme Immortals, and Lan Xiangying and Wu Qiu were both Void Extreme Immortals. With the three of them working together, there was naturally nothing to fear. Wu Qiu raised his hand and said, "Don't be anxious, I think I saw someone from the Tang King clan." Tang King clan. After the northern wilderness region's war god Xiling ascended, he was recognized by the Tang King clan. He even married the Tang King clan's young mistress, and married into the Tang King clan. To this day, war god Xiling was still an extremely powerful existence in the Center God province. He had become a true god long ago, and was the pillar of the Tang King clan. Zhou Xuanji had a deep impression of war god Xiling. Back at Juedi Cliff, he had been killed by war god Xiling's heavenly law puppet. From what he sensed, war god Xiling was not inferior to Lu Wuji at all. Lan Xiangying frowned and said, "The Tang King clan is tyrannical. It is not good to offend them. If the Tang King clan's disciples suffered a loss, the clan's powerhouses would stand up for them. Even the Divine Cliff at its peak would not dare to provoke the Tang King clan." Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at a golden mirror of light. In the image, a group of heavenly guards were discussing something by the cliff, and he saw Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was silent in the group, and he stood at the back. After ascending from the Mahayana realm and joining the heavenly palace, one could only start from the lowest rank of soldiers. Zhou Xuanji only took a glance and did not pay much attention to it. The fate between the two of them had come to an end. By helping the great Zhou Empire become stronger, he had already done enough for Emperor Yan of Zhou. After that, the three of them decided to enter the Nether Demon Stream from a place where there was no one around. The walls of the Nether Demon Stream were slippery, and it was unknown where the water was coming from. As he flew down, he could feel a gust of cold wind blowing at him. The whistling sound of the wind sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Wu Qiu transmitted his voice. "Do your best to hide your aura. Do not make a move before we find the holy sword. No one knew exactly how many people were in the nether demon stream, so they had to be cautious. Zhou Xuanji was not too worried. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of heavenly law celestial power. Even if he had to fight against many, he was not afraid. The nether demon stream was not as deep as he had imagined it to be, only about 4,000 zhang deep. The mountain walls were filled with all kinds of crystal stones that gave off a faint glow, allowing them to see the path within 100 meters. They walked in a certain direction, using their inner sight to scan their surroundings. Along the way they saw many corpses. Most of them had fallen to their deaths. There were even cultivators who had died not too long ago. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls in his mind. Nether demon stream, hee, what a nostalgic place. Back then, I also came here before. Me too. You're all so young. I remember that the nether demon stream was created by a junior from the demon race. We're all remnant souls, don't act cool. There are holy swords here. It's possible that the 18 holy swords have disappeared for countless years, so they might have fallen in a place like this. The 9 souls started to bicker. Some of them had been here before, which made things much more convenient for Zhou Xuanji. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying continuously avoided the restrictions, and Zhou Xuanji would occasionally warn them, making them feel quite shocked. You've been here before? Wu Qiu could not help but ask. Zhou Xuanji could find restrictions that they did not know about. This was quite embarrassing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I just have good eyesight. These words made Wu Qiu feel even more depressed. Soon, they encountered a group of cultivators. They immediately hid behind a massive boulder, concealing themselves, and their auras almost disappeared. The Tang King clan is too domineering. Despicable. Is that sword really a holy sword? It feels so strange. The Tang King clan's Tang Juetian has come. Let's leave. Tang Juetian is a second-class great emperor, and now that he is a void extreme immortal, his strength is enough to sweep across the void extreme immortal realm. All of us together are not a match for him. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying's expressions slightly changed. After the group of cultivators flew away, Wu Qiu gritted his teeth and said, Tang Juetian has also come. This is not good news. Tang Juetian is one of the top geniuses in the Tang King clan. Even if all of us combined, we are not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, Aren't you all geniuses of the divine cliff as well? Why are you so lacking in confidence? Wu Qiu rolled his eyes at him. Lan Xiangying explained, Tang Juetian has a great emperor divine weapon and is extremely powerful. In the Great Thousand World, enchanted artifacts and magic treasures were not divided into many grades, but great emperor divine weapons reigned above most enchanted artifacts and magic treasures. Great emperor divine weapons were forged by heavenly law great emperors using great emperor fate. Once they were formed, they would be incredibly powerful and contain emperor's might. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, I'll go and meet him. He now had 2 Armageddon great swords. He wanted to see which one was stronger compared to the great emperor divine weapon. After saying this, he prepared to rush out. Wu Qiu held him back and said in a low voice, Right now, the divine cliff is not on the same level as the Tang King clan at all. We can't fight them head-on. We need a plan to steal the saint's sword without anyone knowing. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The strength of their faction was a big problem. He did not want to make more trouble for the divine cliff. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 453. In the depths of the nether demon stream, there was a large door at the bottom of a mountain. Even though it was incredibly damaged, the palace inside still existed. The palace was very big, and was guarded by 30 Tang King clan disciples. Tang Juetian was standing in front of a stone coffin. He wore a large blue robe, and had a cold expression. His gaze was sharp, and he looked like a spear, giving off a powerful aura. Following his gaze, there was a stone sword within the coffin. This stone sword was 1 meter long and 10 or so centimeters wide, and it was elongated like a gourd. There was an eyeball between the hilt and the blade, which looked like a human eye. It was still spinning, as if it was looking around, looking incredibly shocking. Tang Juetian muttered, Is it really a saint sword? A voice sounded in his heart, tempting him to grab the sword, but his heart was as firm as a boulder and did not move. At that moment, a disciple walked 10 steps away and cupped his fists as he called out, "Young master, the great heaven god dynasty's Lu Tingjun is here." Lu Tingjun. Before Emperor Jundao appeared, he was the #1 genius of the great heaven god dynasty. He had reached void extreme immortal at 8,000 years old, and he was now over 10,000 years old. Tang Juetian's eyes narrowed as he said, "Who would have thought that he would also come? That's good. We haven't decided a victor in our battle last time." He turned and walked towards the door as he said, "No one gets close to the stone coffin. That sword is an evil sword and can bewitch people's hearts. If anyone grabs it, their soul will be devoured." Hearing this, the 30 Tang King clan disciples were given a big fright. They were all from the same clan, and they believed that Tang Juetian would not lie to them. After all, Tang Juetian had not touched that sword at all. Soon Tang Juetian left. Not long after he left, Zhou Xuanji and the others came over. Zhou Xuanji and the other two came over and looked into the distance. They could see that there were cultivators guarding the door. Wu Qiu said, "Lan Xiangying, you go and draw away a wave of enemies. I'll act and draw away another wave. After that, Brother Xuanji can go and take the sword." Lan Xiangying nodded and did not say anything as he quickly raised his sword and rushed out. These Tang King clan disciples were only golden immortals. Even though the weakest was at least 7th revolution, how could they be a match for Lan Xiangying? Lan Xiangying quickly grabbed a female disciple and said with a sneer, "Tang King clan is only SSO." With that, she snatched the female disciple away. Immediately, 8 male disciples roared and chased after her. "Stop! Release my cousin! Where did this demoness come from? Does she want to offend the Tang King clan?" Damn it! The light underground was dim, and they couldn't see Lan Xiangying's face clearly. After they left, Wu Qiu charged out and used the same method to attract the 7 disciples. There were only 13 disciples left in the palace. Zhou Xuanji put on his iron mask and charged forward with the soft velvety sword. He first absorbed all of the disciples' magic power, then stabbed them with his sword, causing them to fall to the ground powerlessly. In order to avoid falling out with the Tang King clan, he didn't take their lives. The Tang King clan was considered to be on the righteous path, but in the future, if they were to argue, their skills would be inferior, and they would not have the face to speak. Soon, the 13 Tang King clan disciples powerlessly fell to the ground, looking at Zhou Xuanji furiously. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhou Xuanji came up to the stone coffin and glanced at the stone sword. "This is the holy sword. Why is it so strange?" Zhou Xuanji looked at the eye on the stone sword in confusion. He did not immediately stretch out his hand, and instead started to converse with the 9 souls. Lu Wuji said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be a holy sword. I can sense soul ripples from within the sword." Oh, could it be that there was an old demon hiding in the sword that pretended to be a holy sword to take over? Zhou Xuanji raised the ancient god sword and slashed out. Clang! The stone sword shattered, and the eye's pupils constricted. It no longer spun around, and even lost its expression. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm, but the 9 souls exploded. Emperor Zhao cried out in shock. "My big brother, you killed it just like that? You haven't investigated it clearly yet." The other souls could not understand either. They had come from so far away. Even if it wasn't a holy sword, it was still a gain. Zhou Xuanji said casually, "Apart from holy swords, I don't need any other swords." He now had close to 200 swords, and did not need to worry about swords. After the stone sword shattered, there were no abnormal signs. Everything seemed incredibly calm. Zhou Xuanji stared at the eye and thought to himself. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and used heavenly law immortal energy to dig out the eye from the air. He directly put the eye into the supreme storage. He had asked the sword spirit before. And if evil things entered the supreme storage, they would be suppressed. Of course, the supreme storage would reject living things. This eye was not alive. After doing all of this, Zhou Xuanji quickly left. He quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying. The 2 of them let go of the Tang King clan disciples. and the three of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. The Tang King clan disciples understood that this was a ploy to lure them away, so they did not give chase and returned to the palace. When they saw the stone sword shatter, they were all dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed behind a massive boulder. Wu Qiu asked about the situation, and Zhou Xuanji answered truthfully. After hearing that he had destroyed the stone sword with a single strike, Wu Qiu said in pity, "Looks like it's not a holy sword. How could a true holy sword be so weak?" Lan Xiangying nodded. They had come here for nothing. They started to plan their return. Zhou Xuanji said, "I want to challenge Tang Juetian. We'll only fight to determine victory and defeat, not to kill him. That shouldn't give the Tang King clan an excuse to attack, right?" Wu Qiu's eyes widened as he said, "Are you crazy?" Tang Juetian, who had a great emperor divine weapon, was someone that even he could not deal with. Did Zhou Xuanji really want to lose? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "If the divine cliff wants to rise up, it needs fame. If I defeat Tang Juetian, will more people want to join the divine cliff?" Lan Xiangying rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What if you lose?" Zhou Xuanji said confidently, "I won't lose." He wanted to test his true strength. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying could not dissuade him, so they could only allow him to challenge Tang Juetian. The two of them did not follow, in case they were recognized by the Tang King clan disciples. Zhou Xuanji took out legendary swords, which formed a river of swords. He stepped on the river and rose into the air, looking incredibly domineering. Seeing this, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. What a powerful aura! On the ground, Tang Juetian was currently fighting with the great heaven god dynasty's Lu Tingjun. The two of them had powerful auras and were incredibly fast. They were like two rays of light madly clashing in the air, causing powerful gales to blow up the trees in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Many cultivators watched from afar. So powerful. Both of them are second-class great emperors. It's said that they fought before, but there was no clear victor. Ever since Emperor Jundao joined the great heaven god dynasty, Lu Tingjun has been overlooked. I never thought that he would be so powerful. Their strength is quite strong even among void extreme immortals. Looks like there's no hope for the Saint Sword now. The Heavenly Palace's people were also watching. Emperor Yan of Zhou looked at this incomparable battle, a look of admiration on his face. If he was this powerful, he would not have to work so hard for the Heavenly Palace. He suddenly thought of his son, Zhou Xuanji. He wondered what that boy's strength was now. His smile became bitter. They were father and son, but there was a gap between them that was even deeper than enemies. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 454. Tang Juetian continuously struck out with his palms. The wind from his palms was so strong that Lu Tingjun was unable to get close. Lu Tingjun was wearing black armor and a red cloak. He looked valiant and domineering. He held a red tasseled spear in his hand. The spear's blade was wide and rectangular. His expression was resolute. He held the long spear in his right hand and stabbed repeatedly. His left hand formed hand seals and cast different spells. Wind could increase his speed, water and fire could increase his power, and lightning was even more domineering. Tang Juetian didn't even take out his divine weapon and easily received all of his attacks. Lu Tingjun, my cultivation base has improved, but you haven't. You are no longer a match for me. Tang Juetian laughed proudly, filled with confidence. In the past, he and Lu Tingjun were on the same level, but now, he had already left Lu Tingjun behind. Lu Tingjun was indifferent. His eyes were burning, and his aura gradually increased. Right now he was in a very awkward situation. The favoritism he received from the great heaven god dynasty had decreased because of Emperor Jundao, and his reputation in the world had also been overshadowed by Emperor Jundao. Now that he was facing Tang Juetian, he was actually unable to gain the upper hand. Bang! An extremely powerful aura came from the horizon. Countless sword shadows turned into a desolate mountain and river, rushing over with unstoppable force. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun subconsciously turned around to block. Countless sword shadows collided with them, bursting forth with dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Xuanji walking over on a river of swords. He had changed into white clothes, and was not wearing the iron mask. The all-evil yin-yang destruction, and the holy light godly shadow sword in his hands, caused gusts of wind to swirl around him. The people from the heavenly palace were all moved. Zhou Xuanji's face had long since spread throughout the heavenly palace, and Emperor Yin of Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "Who are you?" Tang Juetian shouted loudly as he frowned. The sight of nearly 200 divine swords was truly spectacular. In the present age, there were not many people who liked to use so many swords. Most importantly, he could tell at a glance that Zhou Xuanji only had 10th Revolution Golden Immortal Cultivation. "Divine Cliff Zhou Xuanji," Zhou Xuanji replied. Immediately, 50 legendary swords rose up, each giving off a powerful light as they spun around him at high speed. There was no pattern to them at all, and they were as wild as the wind. Sword Sect Immortal Ghosts Weep. With the support of Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, Zhou Xuanji's speed greatly increased, and he quickly came before Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. 50 divine swords attacked them fiercely, catching them off guard. Tang Juetian immediately took out his great emperor's divine weapon. It was a large blade that was wrapped in raging flames. The blade took up a third of the entire blade, and there was a dragon's head at the tip of the blade, looking incredibly domineering. He slashed out with his saber, and the saber chi that was like a violent storm deflected more than 20 divine swords. Lu Tingjun was forced into a passive position. This scene frightened the spectators. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, he suppressed Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. Some cultivators with high cultivation bases were dumbfounded. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal was this powerful? As expected of a Grade 1 Great Emperor. It seems like the rumors are true? Too strong, crossing realms to fight, and 1 against 2. Between him and Emperor Jundao, who is stronger? How does he control so many swords? It feels like every sword's trajectory is different. They are all so strong. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves in shock. Emperor Yin of Zhou's expression was complicated. It had only been a few decades, and Zhou Xuanji had already reached such a level. If he had protected Lady Zhao Xian and her son back then, his current situation would be completely different. Lady Zhao Xian's beautiful face appeared in his mind. He then thought of the great Zhou's empress. In the end, even though he had ascended, he had not left anyone behind. There was only boundless loneliness accompanying him. Zhou Xuanji used Sword Sect Immortal Ghosts Weep, and quickly injured Lu Tingjun. However, Tang Juetian was not injured at all. He stared at the great emperor's divine weapon in Tang Juetian's hand, and inwardly felt quite shocked. He could sense danger coming from that great emperor's divine weapon. If he was not careful, that divine weapon could fatally attack him. As for Lu Tingjun, he did not place him in his eyes at all. He did not know how strong Void Extreme Immortals were. But the two people in front of him were at least above average Void Extreme Immortals. It had to be said that Heavenly Law Immortal Energy and Armageddon Grade swords were indeed powerful. He felt much more confident, and started to try to condense the 9 sword souls. Using 2 domineering divine abilities at the same time would be a great challenge to his soul's endurance. He had always tried and had succeeded before, but it was not stable enough. In battle he could always challenge his limits. After each battle, he would become stronger, because of this method of challenging his limits. It was just like training. Muscles used up a lot of energy, but after resting, they would become stronger. Clang! The 2 Armageddon Grade swords slashed against the saber, giving off countless sparks. Tang Juetian was more powerful than Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, so he was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Tingjun was blocked by the 20 swords, and could not get close to Zhou Xuanji at all. He did not dodge. Under everyone's gazes, he had to gain face for himself, and could not bring shame to the great Heaven God dynasty. Tang Juetian started to fight with his full strength. The great emperor's divine weapon gave off a domineering aura, forcing Zhou Xuanji back with a saber strike. The 9 sword souls behind Zhou Xuanji continuously slashed out. Sword light flashed, but they were all blocked by Tang Juetian. Zhou Xuanji, you're indeed incredible, but don't think about defeating me. Tang Juetian wildly laughed. He looked very domineering, But he was inwardly panicking. If he was defeated by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, he would lose a lot of face. Even if he returned to the clan, the elders would still punish him. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Zhou Xuanji's gaze became serious, and the other legendary swords also joined Sword Sect Immortal Weep. Close to 200 light swords crazily revolved around his body, and as soon as Tang Juetian got close, he was surrounded and attacked. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and the spectators felt their blood boil. Only the people from the Heavenly Palace had mixed feelings. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow. Once upon a time, Zhou Xuanji was just an ordinary person in their eyes. Now they could only look up. Emperor Yan of Zhou remained silent, his emotions complicated. In the distance, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying were dumbfounded. How can he be so strong? Wu Qiu gulped and asked with a trembling voice. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than him, and not just by a little bit. Lan Xiangying didn't reply. She was also feeling very complicated. Back when he had gone to capture Shishenzong, Zhou Xuanji had not been very strong. How long had it been? Was this the talent of a first-class great emperor? Lu Tingjun completely gave up on close combat and cast divine abilities and spells from afar. His attacks were like a vast ocean that flowed endlessly, wave after wave. Zhou Xuanji relied on Sword Sect Immortal Weep to defend against his attacks, and at the same time, he resisted Tang Juetian. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun did not realize that they had unknowingly teamed up. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. However, Zhou Xuanji's name was too great, and his aura was too powerful, so they had no choice but to work together. In the spectators' eyes, Zhou Xuanji's aura and image were already superior to the other two. Is that all you have? Zhou Xuanji said as he coldly laughed. The World Full Sword was activated, causing Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjuan's expressions to change. Chapter 455. Ignorant Child. Don't be so arrogant. Tang Juetian coldly harumphed, his shoulders trembled, and flames started to burn on the surface of his body, causing his aura to explode. He wildly swung his saber 18 times at Zhou Xuanji. Saber light flashed, each strike stronger than the one before. The sea of clouds was slashed apart, and the ground below directly collapsed. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and instinctively used the Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword, and all evil yin-yang destruction to block in front of him. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. His qi and blood surged up to his throat, and he almost spat it out. He endured the discomfort and swallowed the blood. Tang Juetian charged over once again. 18 blades of madness. It was a peerless saber technique that he had created himself. This saber technique has been recorded in the Tang King clan's library for future generations to learn. This was Tang Juetian's strongest attack. Under his domineering saber qi, Zhou Xuanji was pushed back. Lu Tingjun stopped and frowned as he looked at Tang Juetian. The terrifying might of the emperor's divine weapon caused his heart to palpitate, and he knew that he really wasn't Tang Juetian's match. On the other hand, although Zhou Xuanji was being suppressed, he had not lost yet. He was still resisting. TSK. The Tang King clan also has such a genius. There's finally no need to find a son-in-law. Haha, Emperor Zhao. Aren't you afraid of angering War God Xiling? War God Xiling is indeed powerful. He's probably no weaker than Taichu Yudao now. It's a pity for Taichu Yudao. He could have been even stronger, and even fought against the heavenly saints. How is little brother Zhou going to win? The 9 souls chatted happily in Zhou Xuanji's mind without any pressure. Even though it would be very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to defeat Tang Juetian could forget about killing him. There was a lot of heavenly law celestial power in the Tianxia map. It was more than enough to fight against Tang Juetian. Even though Tang Juetian's cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's, using 18 berserk blades of extinction took a great toll on him. Zhou Xuanji immediately unleashed Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. A 30,000-meter tall golden Buddha rose from the ground, its surface giving off a faint silver light. Its 1,000 hands stretched out, directly swinging their swords towards Tang Juetian. The Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, formed from heavenly law celestial power, was incredibly powerful. Tang Juetian was instantly suppressed, and could only passively defend. Damn it! What is this? Tang Juetian's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Lu Tingjuan's entire body was trembling, and he felt powerless. Too strong. Zhou Xuanji stood at the top of the Buddha's head and looked down at Tang Juetian. Seeing Tang Juetian bitterly struggling, he felt quite delighted. It was this feeling of power. Previously, when he faced malicious Buddha and Xian Daoya, he felt immense pressure and even doubted himself. Now it felt so good. Tang Juetian, on the other hand, felt extremely sullen. Being suppressed by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, even Zhou Xuanji felt quite sullen. After all, he was also a genius. Between geniuses, there was no such thing as submission. The ground collapsed in succession, trees were swept away, and mountains were shattered. Everything was like a scene of the end of the world, and it forced the other spectators to dodge. Wu Qiu became excited and said excitedly, "Amazing! He might really win." At this moment, he had already forgotten about everything else, and only hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. If they could defeat both Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun at the same time, the Divine Cliff's prestige would definitely soar. In the future, many people might join the Divine Cliff because of Zhou Xuanji. For the Divine Cliff, which had suffered great losses, it was of utmost importance. In the distance, an old beggar lay on a cliff as he watched the battle. It was Di Guanlong's teacher. Back when he had met Zhou Xuanji, he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. He looked quite satisfied and continuously nodded as he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder the demonic emperor and great emperor Dao Court want him. Hee. Now that they don't dare to enter the Center God province, this boy is mine. A first-class great emperor. Even though I have a first-class great emperor disciple, I haven't nurtured one in a long time." The smile on his face became vulgar, and he almost drooled. Tang Juetian quickly adapted to the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks. He began to fly up and prepare to counterattack. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This boy was so difficult to deal with. Use the World Overlord technique to absorb heavenly law celestial energy and circulate emperors' might to gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly law. A chuckle sounded into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing his expression to change. Who was talking? He did not have time to think, and immediately did as he was told. The emperor's might of a first-class great emperor exploded out, causing Tang Juetian to feel some pressure. However, with his cultivation he could still endure it. Traces of formless heavenly law celestial energy descended and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing the heavenly law celestial energy in his body to become more and more powerful. Zhou Xuanji seemed to come into contact with something. The pressure on Tang Juetian increased, and he was once again suppressed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha did not have any sword techniques, and it just randomly slashed out, making it so that Tang Juetian could not find any openings and could only randomly defend. Zhou Xuanji sank into a mysterious state. He felt as if his soul had come to the heavens, and he ignored everything else in the world. Tang Juetian wanted to pull away and fight, but Zhou Xuanji instinctively used universal attraction, making it impossible for him to escape. Lu Tingjun was completely reduced to a spectator. He sighed, looking quite dispirited. Boom! Tang Juetian finally could not hold on any longer, and was blasted down, falling into the ruins. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, and seeing that Tang Juetian had been defeated, he came back to his senses. That feeling just then, he felt quite excited. He had never thought that the world Buddha art and emperor's might could help him cultivate. As Tang Juetian was defeated, the heavens and earth gradually calmed down. Zhou Xuanji did not follow up with another attack. This was a challenge, not a battle to the death. He looked at Lu Tingjun, using his eyes to ask him if he wanted to continue. Lu Tingjun cupped his fists towards him before turning and leaving. He was willing to concede defeat. The spectators all felt incredibly excited. Heavens! Is a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal really this powerful? Too powerful. No wonder the Divine Cliff was destroyed because of him. Tang Juetian was defeated just like that. He won in a very domineering manner without any tricks. He didn't kill Tang Juetian. That's admirable. The cultivators were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji, and the heavenly palace's people stealthily left. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not stay. He did not have the face to face Zhou Xuanji. After the dust settled, Tang Juetian, who was lying in the ruins, breathed raggedly. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Swish! The holy light redemption sword descended and stabbed into his shoulder, causing him to become furious. In the next second his expression froze. He could sense that his injuries were recovering. This sword, Zhou Xuanji descended and stopped in the air, less than 30 meters away from him. You're very strong, Zhou Xuanji praised, causing Tang Juetian's mood to become better. However, you're not as strong as me. Tang Juetian coughed, and blood flowed out of his mouth. After healing Tang Juetian for a while, Zhou Xuanji took his sword and left. Tang Juetian sat up and looked at him with a complicated expression. News of today's battle would definitely spread throughout the Center God province. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss. This boy was so strong. Zhou Xuanji put away his sword and flew towards Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. However, on the way, he suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes again. He found that he had appeared in a forest, and he instinctively became wary. He looked ahead and saw an old beggar lying under a tree, looking somewhat familiar. Chapter 456. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. His gaze locked onto the old beggar. Hearing this, the old beggar lay on the grass, scratched his butt, and said with a smile, "Of course I want to take you as my disciple. Have you forgotten our last meeting?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. "I'm not interested." Although the old beggar was very strong, he didn't like having an elder above him. The old beggar stood up and said seriously, "I can help you surpass the malicious Buddha and the demonic emperor." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "I can anyway." The old beggar was so angry that he stood up with his hands on his hips and scolded, "You are becoming stronger, but so are they. When can you catch up with them?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He understood the logic, but he did not want to take him as his teacher. Moreover, this person didn't look like a decent person, and he looked even more unreliable than Daoya old man. If he wanted to be apprenticed to someone like the old immortal, it should be someone who was unfathomable and calm. The old beggar seemed to see the doubt in his heart. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. "Do you think I'm unreliable? Let me tell you, Taichu Yudao is just a junior in front of me. Back then, if it wasn't for me, the demonic emperor would have died a long time ago. Malicious Buddha once knelt before me." The old beggar started boasting, and Zhou Xuanji almost believed him. He could not help but say, "Just say that you are the heavenly saint who appeared out of nowhere." The old beggar was silent. He suddenly showed a sad expression. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and he said unpleasantly, "Don't tell me that I found out." The old beggar shook his head and said, "I am not him, but he was once of the same generation as me. Do you believe me?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply and asked, "Since you want to take me in so much, why didn't you protect the divine cliff back then? I don't need a master now." He had many ways to become stronger, so why would he need another master? "I was busy back then. Didn't you see that I brought your senior brother Di Guanlong with me? That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He first challenged Han Shuzi, then Taichu Yudao. He's now challenging experts all over the world." The old beggar sighed with a very sad tone. But Zhou Xuanji could only hear the aura of arrogance. Zhou Xuanji's heart began to waver. He said hesitantly, "How do I know if you have other motives? Xian Daoya even said that he wanted to be my backer." The old beggar was so angry that he laughed. He walked around him and said, "Kid, you're scared, aren't you? You don't even dare to grasp the opportunity when it's in your hands. Do you know how many people are crying and begging me to be their teacher? There's one in the great Emperor Dao court who is my disciple, and he beat Xian Daoya up. One of my crazy apprentices obtained one of the holy swords you sought. Next time, I'll help you get it back. Di Guanlong is very strong, right? Among my subordinates, he's the weakest." "No, you're the weakest." Zhou Xuanji was so scared that he hesitated. The old beggar continued to praise his disciple. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out the ancient god sword. He pretended to be on guard, but he was actually communicating with the 9 souls. How could it be him? Get away from him. Demon Lord Ryuan exclaimed. This is a heavenly opportunity. Quickly take him as your master. Emperor Songhai said excitedly. The two souls' words clashed, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel quite stunned. Lu Wuji followed and said, This person's name cannot be directly said in the Great Thousand World, or you will incur the wrath of the heavens. Even though he's unreliable, his ability to teach disciples is unparalleled. Emperor Zhao said, You're praising him like that. Could it be that you're also his disciple? Lu Wuji did not reply. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji came to a conclusion in his heart. The old beggar was truly strong, and he was not boasting. He said, How about this? You teach me, and I'll repay you in the future. As for taking you as my master, the old beggar glared at him and shouted, How can you skip the ceremony of taking me as your master? A massive might descended, causing Zhou Xuanji's expression to fall. His right leg weakened and he half knelt down. He looked at the old beggar in terror. What a terrifying might. He was unable to resist at all. However, the old beggar left him a trace of dignity and did not make him kneel down. From today onwards, you are my disciple. As long as you don't seek death and provoke the old monsters above the 33rd heaven, anyone who is more senior than you will not be able to harm you. Of course, if an opponent from this era defeats you or wants to kill you, I will not act, the old beggar said in high spirits. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he domineeringly waved his hand and said, To become my disciple, you must defeat everyone in your generation. Otherwise, your death will not be regretted. Di Guanlong has already walked on this path. You're next. Zhou Xuanji stood up and asked, So according to what you're saying, in the future, we disciples will have to kill each other to decide who is the most powerful. He felt that there was a conspiracy. The old beggar rolled his eyes and said grumpily, I'll nurture you all and then have you all die. Do you have nothing better to do? Zhou Xuanji felt completely at ease. The old beggar said, I'll mark you first so that you won't be killed by the senior apprentice brothers. After saying this, he walked over to Zhou Xuanji and slapped his palm against Zhou Xuanji's chest. In the next second, a picture of a phoenix spreading its wings appeared on Zhou Xuanji's face. Why is there a palm print on your body? Wait. The old beggar cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. Wait. Zhou Xuanji looked furious and roared. Back then, the person who ambushed me in the Yin-Yang boundary was you? Back then, he had almost been killed. The old beggar's expression was strange as he said awkwardly, So that boy was you. What a coincidence. Zhou Xuanji grabbed his neck and said furiously, You almost killed me. Why are you still pretending? Is your memory that bad? The old beggar smiled awkwardly and did not know how to explain. He faked a cough and said, In the future, when you senior apprentice brothers meet, the mark will appear. All right, you can go back now. After saying this, he turned and left. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled. Oi, you're not going to teach me anything? He held back his anger and reminded the old beggar. The old beggar waved his hand without looking back and said, Didn't I teach you a little before? I'll go and get some treasures for you. Wait for me at the divine cliff. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. He did not think too much about it, and left to search for Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. In a pale white space, 16 shadows appeared one after another. They were of different shapes and sizes, and they circled around each other. Revered teacher took in another disciple. A tall and sturdy black figure said. The other shadows also spoke. Could it be that Emperor Jundao? It could also be Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji? It's best not to. I still want to send my disciple to challenge him. If it's Zhou Xuanji, it will be fun. Tisk tsk. That old man still dares to run around. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the immortal gods? The shadows started chatting. Some were gloating, some were furious, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of attitudes. The only female shadow said, That old unscrupulous man wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple before. Why did he wait until now? Is he hiding something from us? With this, all the shadows fell silent. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Chapter 457. After parting with the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying. The two of them curiously asked him where he had gone, and he did not hide it. In any case, he didn't know the old beggar's name. Lan Xiangying muttered, "That person is Di Guanlong's master. He probably has an extraordinary status." Wu Qiu felt envious, but he was very rational. He said, "It's best not to spread this matter. Recently, Di Guanlong has been challenging people everywhere, and the world is in an uproar. Who knows how many enemies he has provoked? Those people can't beat him, and they might come to make trouble for you." Zhou Xuanji nodded. In actuality, he really wanted some trouble to see if the old beggar was boasting. But he quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. "I can't surf." The three of them returned home. Even though he had not found the Saint Sword this time, Zhou Xuanji had defeated Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun, bringing glory to the Divine Cliff. Both of them were from Overlord-class forces. Together with Zhou Xuanji's powerful backer, the Divine Cliff's future became bright again. In the next half a month, news of Zhou Xuanji defeating Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun quickly spread throughout the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji was a first-class great emperor to begin with. This time, he was a genius who defeated two Void Extreme Immortals, and many people started to promote him. Who was stronger between Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao? If the two first-grade great sovereigns were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. This was a scene that the other righteous sects would be happy to see. As righteous sects, they could not make trouble for Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao for no reason. He could only incite public opinion and plot against the world. Within the mountain peaks, Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiu were currently cultivating, and there were 300 meters between them. The muscular man suddenly descended and stood in front of Baihao Yisin, causing the ground to tremble. Baihao Yisin did not open his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Seeing him, the muscular man was infuriated. He kicked Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "From today onwards, you don't need to target Zhou Xuanji anymore." Baihao Yisin crawled up from the ground. He was first furious, then delighted. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Previously, the muscular man forced him to cultivate and mentioned Zhou Xuanji frequently. Otherwise, now that Baihao Yisin had formed an alliance with Zhou Xuanji, he would hate Zhou Xuanji to death. "Because he became your martial uncle," the burly man said angrily, and disappeared on the spot. Baihao Yisin was stunned. "What the hell?" Not too far away, Feng Qiu's eyes widened as he pounded the ground in anger. "How hateful! I should have grabbed hold of Zhou Xuanji back then." When Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Divine Cliff, it had already been 2 months since the battle at the Nether Demon Stream. Before they had returned, the news of the battle had already arrived. Walking in the Divine Cliff City, the disciples on the way looked at Zhou Xuanji with gazes filled with worship and fanaticism. "He's Zhou Xuanji, so handsome." As expected of a first-grade great sovereign, his bearing is truly admirable. "Keep bragging. Although he's powerful, you guys are too exaggerated. I have a feeling that the Divine Cliff will reach new heights under his leadership. Since ancient times, has the Divine Cliff ever had a first-grade great sovereign?" The disciples whispered to each other. Their attitude was completely different from when Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji used his power to prove that it was a wise decision for the Divine Cliff to protect him. It was already strange for a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal to defeat a Void Extreme Immortal. Not to mention that his opponent was one of the strongest Void Extreme Immortals, a second-grade Great Emperor. And it was 1 against 2. This achievement was enough to dispel any doubts. At least, Emperor Jundao had never performed so spectacularly. Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Cliff Lord Palace and reported the situation. Yang Yutian was very happy and praised Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji no longer had the spirit of a genius. Instead, he looked mediocre and oily. He was transforming into a true Cliff Lord. But his power and demeanor had not reached that level yet. The three of them returned to their respective residences. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying did not tell anyone about Zhou Xuanji becoming their teacher. Zhou Xuanji did not try to guess their intentions. Trust was necessary sometimes. The human heart was complicated, but not everyone's heart was ugly. After returning to his residence, Zhou Xuanji greeted Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen before leaping into the sky, and began cultivating. He used world overlord and emperor's might to absorb the heavenly law's celestial power. This method could greatly increase his cultivation speed. Half a year passed quickly. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 107 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner obtained glorious gold lofty great wall sword. Celestial shaking Kuanhong sacrificial sword, hidden sprout. Above the clouds, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. A celestial shaking legendary sword was not bad. Hidden sprout was a seedling of hidden grass. This grass was very useful, and was worth planting in large quantities. Zhou Xuanji did not take out his legendary sword, and instead sensed the surging heavenly law immortal energy within his body. Ever since he had obtained this new cultivation method, his cultivation had been improving. However, he was still very far from void extreme immortal. He continued to cultivate. He had now reached 107 years old. If it was on Earth, he might have already been buried in the ground. However, in the Great Thousand World he was still a child. 3 days later, the divine cliff welcomed an esteemed guest. It was Bai Suwen's father, Bai Yinxiong. Bai Yinxiong was a true god of the Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan, and was extremely powerful. In the current divine cliff, there was no one who could compare to Bai Yinxiong. Under Yang Yutian's guidance, he came to Zhou Xuanji's residence. Seeing Bai Yinxiong, Bai Suwen shot into his embrace like an arrow. Bai Yinxiong was tall, and had a head of white hair. He looked incredibly domineering and mighty, but seeing his daughter he gave a kind smile. Xiao Chan walked out and looked at Bai Yinxiong curiously. Yang Yutian smiled and asked, "Where's Xuanji? Senior Bai still wants to see him." Xiao Chan pointed at the sky and said, "He's still cultivating." Yang Yutian felt quite surprised. He could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. Was this boy's cultivation that ridiculous? Bai Yinxiong looked over and gave a deep smile as he said, "Good boy." A ray of sword light suddenly descended. It was Zhou Xuanji. He stood in front of Xiao Chan and nodded to Yang Yutian before looking at Bai Yinxiong and saying, "Your daughter is very kind. She helped me ascend a lot." Facing Bai Yinxiong, he was neither servile nor overbearing, but his words were very sincere. Even though he had not needed Bai Suwen's help back then, her kindness had moved him. Bai Yinxiong smiled and said, "Of course my daughter is good. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her in the future." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and was immediately stunned. What was this? Bai Suwen was incredibly excited, and quickly flew over to Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "She hasn't taken human form yet. Are you willing to let her continue to follow me?" Bai Yinxiong replied, "When the two of you ascended, you already formed a bloodline contract. This is the Nine Heaven Divine Snake's innate divine ability. She will support your karmic luck, and so will you. From today onwards, the two of you will be connected. You will prosper, and you will suffer." Zhou Xuanji fell into chaos. Hee, then I'll stay by little Xuanji's side. Daddy, in the future, not only do you have to protect me, but you also have to protect him. Bai Suwen said as she spat out her tongue. Chapter 458. Bai Yinxiong wanted to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone, so the two of them left Divine Cliff City, and came to a dense fog, landing on a mountain peak. They stood side by side, looking into the distance. They were silent for a while. Bai Yinxiong broke the silence and laughed loudly. "Not bad. When I sensed that someone had formed a bloodline contract with my daughter, I was furious. However, when I learned that it was you, I was pleasantly surprised." Even in the current Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan, there wasn't a single first-grade Great Emperor. He did not feel any pressure handing Bai Suwen over to Zhou Xuanji, and the elders in his clan would not say anything. Zhou Xuanji did not know what to say. Why did it feel like he was marrying off his daughter? He did not have that kind of feelings for Bai Suwen. He only treated her as a pet. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. He changed the topic and asked, "Where is the Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan? I rarely hear about your deeds in the Center God province." The Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan had always been a legend of the Center God province, and could even be said to be a legend of the Great Thousand Domains. Bai Yinxiong smiled and said, "Above the 10th heaven, if you have the chance, you can come to my race as a guest. Your fame has already spread throughout the race, and many people wish to meet you. Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly, feeling pleased in his heart. He had already reached the level where everyone in the world knew of him. The immortal god has already created the divine palace in the 9th layer of heaven. Soon, the various forces in the Center God province will be summoned by the immortal god. Also, you must attend the heavenly saint's sermon. If possible, it would be best if you could get an official position in the divine palace. Bai Yanqiong glanced at him and reminded him meaningfully. Divine palace? Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Previously, he was still wondering why the immortals and gods did not appear. It turned out that they were busy building the divine palaces. He didn't know if this so-called divine palace was similar to the heavenly court in Chinese mythology. Following this, Bai Yanqiong and Zhou Xuanji chatted about everything, occasionally discussing the heroes of the world. During this period, Zhou Xuanji brought up the 18 divine swords. Bai Yanqiong immediately agreed, promising to help him find the 18 holy swords. 2 hours later, the two of them finally returned to the mansion. Bai Yanqiong said a few words to Bai Suwen before leaving. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the gate and thought to himself, great ups and downs? Your luck changed. Before, he had been suppressed by the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor to the point that he had been unable to breathe. After the birth of the heavenly saint, he had a powerful backer and was favored by the 9 heaven divine snake clan. Now, he could finally be like the geniuses of the other major forces and display his brilliance without fear. He could even secretly take the northern wilderness region under the control of the divine cliff. He began to miss his wife and daughter, especially Jiang Shui. This was the first time he had not seen her for such a long time. This girl must be thinking of him too. He smiled faintly and leaped into the sea of clouds to continue cultivating. In the past 6 months, he had discovered a way to cultivate without being discovered by others. It was very dangerous to absorb the celestial power of the heavenly law in the sky. He used the celestial power of the heavenly law to wrap himself up and hide his figure and aura, becoming one with heaven and earth. Even Yang Yutian, who was a true god, did not notice his existence due to his carelessness. If he could use this state in battle, it would definitely become a killing technique. However, in order to enter this state, one needed time to calm their mind and focus. Trying to achieve it in battle was tantamount to courting death. Above the mysterious tribulation crater, the Dao Heaven sect was like before, like an eternal kingdom in the sky. A figure stood on a cliff at the edge of the mysterious tribulation crater, looking up at the Dao Heaven sect. He was wearing a black robe with python patterns on it, and had a dragon crown on his head. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were cold and filled with veins of blood. Looking at the sky, he gave a cruel smile. Taichu Yu Dao, I didn't think you'd already become so old. You've let down your cultivation. You've let down your cultivation, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the sky. A towering killing intent exploded out like a blood-red tornado, sweeping up dust and sand, and scattering the sea of clouds. A massacre was about to unfold. The second month after Bai Yanqiong left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence to rest, and Fei Hai came to find him. Senior, Shi Shenzong has already won the 100 Swords Martial Gathering and obtained the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. Sword Sovereign Gu greatly praises him, and even asked Shi Shenzong to stay and receive his teachings, Fei Hai said excitedly. Even though Shi Shenzong was not at the Divine Cliff, he believed that Shi Shenzong would come back. The Hegemon Sword Emperor could not keep the Sword Saint. Zhou Xuanji knew about the 100 Swords Martial Gathering, and Sword Sovereign Gu was the most powerful sword cultivator in the Center God province. The Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo could be used to forge a Rui legendary sword, which could only be used by him. He was not interested in the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. After all, he had the supreme legendary sword system. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, It's not bad for him to have this opportunity. However, it's impossible for him to catch up to me. Fei Hai nodded. He did not doubt this at all. Do you know where Xian Xianghua is? Zhou Xuanji asked. After ascending for so long, he had not received any news about Xian Xianghua. The more time passed, the more worried he became. Fei Hai shook his head, and Zhou Xuanji could only give up. That day, a piece of news spread to the Divine Cliff City, causing the entire city to explode. The Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered. Taichu Yudao had died in a seated posture in a Taoist temple, his body petrified. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he felt quite confused. In his eyes, Taichu Yudao was an incredibly powerful existence, and he had once been the most powerful expert in the Center God province. He had died just like that. He quickly came to the Cliff Lord's palace. Yang Yutian, a group of elders and core disciples were all there with serious expressions. The Divine Cliff had a good relationship with the Dao Heaven sect, and they had both been attacked by malicious Buddha. Now that the Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered, would the Divine Cliff follow in their footsteps? Yang Yutian's expression was the most unsightly. As the Cliff Lord, he felt the greatest pressure. Seeing Zhou Xuanji come in, the tense atmosphere did not ease. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How long has it been since the Dao Heaven sect was slaughtered?" Wu Qiu replied, "Half a month." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Why did it take so long for news to spread?" Wu Qiu explained that no one from the Dao Heaven sect had survived, and it was only discovered when a cultivator visited the Dao Heaven sect. In other words, this battle did not cause too much of a commotion. The Dao Heaven sect's enemy was unimaginably powerful. The palace fell into deathly silence and no one spoke. Don't think about it. After Han Shizi died, no one in the Divine Cliff is worth him attacking. Just focus on developing. The Divine Cliff is only a second-rate faction now. A condescending laugh sounded throughout the palace, causing everyone's expressions to fall. Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange. Cheap teacher? The old beggar appeared beside him and put his hand on his shoulder as he chuckled and said, "Disciple, did you miss your teacher?" Disciple? Everyone stared with wide eyes and strange expressions. Zhou Xuanji sighed and introduced the old beggar to everyone. Hearing that the old beggar was Di Guanlong's teacher, everyone became excited. Yang Yutian hurriedly asked, "Senior, who was the person who destroyed the Dao Heaven sect?" The Dao Heaven sect was one of the top existences in the Center God province, and it had been destroyed just like that. This was simply too shocking. The old beggar shrugged and smiled as he said, "That person disappeared 500,000 years ago and died 150,000 years ago. He was buried by his sworn brother, Emperor Xia." Chapter 459. That person was once the most outstanding genius of the Center God province. He was in the same situation as this disciple of mine, being suppressed by various forces and suffering unspeakably. Fortunately, he persevered and rose in the end. He naturally wanted revenge. Back then, Taichu Yudao had suppressed him. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. They had not expected Taichu Yudao to have such a past. In their impression, Taichu Yudao was unfathomable, kind and benevolent. He had actually suppressed geniuses before. They could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji, feeling a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Zhou Xuanji felt quite speechless. "Why are you looking at me? It's not like I slaughtered the Dao Heaven sect." Yang Yutian asked. "In other words, our Divine Cliff is not in danger?" The old beggar nodded before pulling Zhou Xuanji and preparing to leave. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's that person's name? Why haven't you told me?" The old beggar whispered, "Mo Jiuqing Shu. He is also my disciple." Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. The others heard it too, and their expressions became strange. The terrifying expert who slaughtered the entire Dao Heaven sect was his disciple? Adding on Di Guanlong and Zhou Xuanji, just how many disciples did that fellow have? The two of them quickly left the Cliff Master Hall. The pressure on the others also disappeared instantly. Elder Yuquan smiled and said, "Our Divine Cliff has benefited from Brother Zhou's master." Yang Yutian's emotions surged, and he began to look forward to a beautiful future. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and the old beggar left the Divine Cliff City and came to a forest in the distance. "Tell me about Mo Jiuqing first. How powerful is he? Isn't he afraid of angering the immortal gods by doing this?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had mixed feelings. He had a good impression of Taichu Yudao. Taichu Yudao had even protected him. The old beggar shook his head and said, I don't know how strong he is. That guy has already betrayed me. He is blinded by hatred, but you don't have to be afraid. He won't harm his fellow disciples. As for whether the immortal gods will find trouble with him, let them. He was not worried about Mo Jiuqing at all. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He wondered how many disciples this guy had. The old beggar smiled and said, From today onwards, I will teach you a divine ability. I will only leave after you have learned it. What I will teach you in the future will depend on my mood. Divine ability? What divine ability? Zhou Xuanji asked. The old beggar raised his finger and touched his forehead. Boom! A huge wave of memories surged into his mind, and it felt like the supreme legendary sword system's divine ability. After a while, he opened his eyes, a look of amazement on his face. The old beggar sat under a tree not far away, crossed his legs, and said with a smug smile, Am I very strong? Zhou Xuanji nodded and took a deep breath. This thaumaturgy was called Evil Spirit Retribution. When he used this divine ability on his enemies, all the attacks he made within the time limit would suddenly descend on the enemy after a period of time. This divine ability was simply terrifying. It didn't make any sense. He looked up at the old beggar and asked curiously, Did you create this magical power? How did you create it? There was no cultivation method for evil spirit retribution. Just now, when the old beggar gave him the inherited memory, he also passed him a strange energy. This kind of energy fused with his soul, allowing him to comprehend this divine ability directly. However, it would take a long time to familiarize himself with this ability. Nonsense, how can you imagine my creativity? Don't ask, I'm just that strong. The old beggar said proudly with a smile that deserved a beating. Zhou Xuanji asked further, Do all your disciples know evil spirit retribution? What if he became enemies with other disciples one day? This divine ability was too ridiculous and impossible to defend against. The old beggar shook his head and said, Other than you, only one person knows it. It's a pity that guy disappointed me too much. He's probably thinking about killing me every day now. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Thinking about killing you? How did you teach your disciples? He remembered that Di Guanlong was also very impatient with the old beggar. But it was true. This guy's character was too jumpy and annoying. After that, Zhou Xuanji began practicing evil spirit retribution. In the beginning, he could only cast it for half a second, and the explosive time was 3 seconds later. It was far from enough. According to the inherited memory, if he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to control time as he pleased. He could even cast the divine ability in advance and attack the air for 2 hours. After that, he would look for an enemy and attack again, unleashing the attack that he had used for 2 hours. Most importantly, this attack would definitely hit the enemy, and the enemy could not dodge it and could only block it head-on. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could reach great accomplishment with evil spirit retribution, his strength would greatly increase. When that time came, he could use the Furious Ape sword to store up energy for 100 years, and use evil spirit retribution against an enemy. When the sword chi shot out, even if the enemy blocked it, after a while the 100 years of sword chi would appear again. He could not understand how a divine ability like this could exist. The old beggar gave a pleased smile and said, I've created many powerful divine abilities. Evil spirit retribution isn't the most powerful. Treat me well in the future, and I'll consider whether or not to teach it to you. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and focused on cultivating. 3 months after the Dao Heaven sect was destroyed, the Tang King clan was attacked by Mo Jiuqing. War god Xiling and many of the Tang King clan's ancestors attacked, and in the end, more than half of the clan was killed. War god Xiling was heavily injured, and that battle shook the heavens and the earth. If it wasn't for the immortal gods, the Tang King clan might have been massacred. This news once again shook the world. Mo Jiuqing's name also spread, and all sorts of things about him were dug up. He had been a top-tier expert 500,000 years ago. Before that, he had been the #1 genius and a first-class great emperor. He had been suppressed by various factions, and he had become the disciple of a mysterious teacher. He had risen up, and he had fought with the heroes of the world before mysteriously disappearing. From then on, his name had become taboo, and the various factions had tried to cover up this shameful past. This made everyone think of Zhou Xuanji. How similar was Zhou Xuanji's experience to Mo Jiuqing's? In just an instant, while everyone feared Mo Jiuqing, a storm of discussion erupted. If a genius was suppressed by the heroes of the world, what would they do? This sort of thing was not uncommon, but Mo Jiuqing was simply too terrifying. In less than half a year, he had destroyed 2 overlord-level factions. Within a mountain range, Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qil sat in front of the well-built man dumbfounded. "Revered teacher, you have such a ridiculously powerful junior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisan asked excitedly. Mo Jiuqing's performance had completely shocked him. Feng Qil was also shocked. However, he felt even more unwillingness and regret. After all, Zhou Xuanji was from the same sect as Mo Jiuqing. The well-built man coldly harumphed and said, "I don't have a junior apprentice brother like him. He's blinded by hatred, and is not worthy of being called an expert." Bai Hao Yisan said disdainfully, "Only those who are deeply in love can contend for the great Tao." His eyes burned with passion, and he suddenly wanted to see Mo Jiuqing. Having such a person as his martial uncle was simply too awesome. However, thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was also his martial uncle, his mood instantly plummeted. Chapter 460. Cultivate well. Don't be too happy. Mo Jiuqing's recklessness might draw the wrath of the immortal gods for us, the muscular man said as he stared at Bai Hao Yisan. The muscular man glared at Bai Hao Yisan. He loved and hated this disciple in front of him. Bai Hao Yisan was his most talented disciple, but he had a bad temper, and was always sloppy. Although Bai Hao Yisan had already become a true god before he descended, to him, true god was not the end. But now, this brat was only a revolution golden immortal. Every time the muscular man saw him, he wanted to beat him to death. "Revered teacher, don't worry. I will become more powerful soon," Bai Hao Yisan said unconcernedly. Bai Hao Yisan said unconcernedly. In his heart, cultivation was never the most important thing. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would always meet someone more powerful. Feng Qil sensed the murderous aura, and quickly pulled Bai Hao Yisan, signaling him to shut up. Bai Hao Yisan looked up and saw that the muscular man's face had already turned into a demon, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. He immediately shut his mouth, but his thoughts were on Mo Jiuqing. The storm of revenge that Mo Jiuqing stirred up made it difficult for the Center God province to calm down. After the Dao Heaven sect and the Tang King clan, who would be the next faction? Previously, the immortal gods saving the Tang King clan caused a huge commotion. The immortal gods finally appeared. The Center God province would welcome the era of immortal gods. But none of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. He was still practicing evil spirit retribution in the forest near the Divine Cliff. The old beggar would occasionally sneak into the Divine Cliff city to steal good wine and food. Yang Yutian knew that they were in the forest, so he ordered that no disciples should come close, so that they would not disturb Zhou Xuanji and his disciple. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji had great attainments in evil spirit retribution. He could cast it for 3 breaths of time, and the explosive effect was 10 breaths later. It seemed right, but it was enough to kill the enemy. The old beggar was very satisfied. He shook the wine flask and said with a smile, "I like to teach geniuses. I took in an idiot before, and he reduced my lifespan." "How is that person now?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He often heard the old beggar mention his other disciples, and each one was more powerful than the other, which made him suspicious. He's not in the Center God province anymore. He went to another place to be a Buddha," the old beggar replied casually. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it 9th Nether Buddha?" He had heard of the 9th Nether Buddha in the Nether Realm. He was the strongest expert in the Nether Realm. The old beggar rolled his eyes at him and said snappily, "9th Nether Buddha? That's one of the supreme figures of creation. So how could he possibly be my disciple?" The reason why the Netherworld has always been able to maintain peace and order, without anyone disturbing it, is precisely because of his strength. Your senior brother is still far from the ninth nether Buddha. But if he were to be placed in the center god province, he would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked with squinted eyes. You mean that the center god province is not the most powerful province in the Great Thousand World? The center god province was big enough in his eyes, but he did not know how big the boundless universe was. That's only natural. The center god province is only located in the center of the Great Thousand World. In terms of strength, it can't be considered the peak. Many ancient experts are hiding in the wider world to concentrate on their cultivation. If all of them were to enter the center god province, the structure of the center god province would definitely be reshuffled. The old beggar said gloomily. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji had even more questions to ask. He immediately waved his hand and said, Stop asking and focus on your cultivation. I'm bored out of my mind here. I want to go out and play quickly. Don't delay me. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and continued to cultivate evil spirit retribution. With the swine-culling sword in his hand, he hacked at a giant boulder. He did not use any magic energy and controlled his strength to prevent the boulder from shattering. A month later, the old beggar felt that he had mastered it, so he decided to leave. This bead is for you. This bead is not simple. I can't tell you what it is for now. You must carry it with you at all times, and don't put it in your storage bag. The old beggar opened his right hand, and a red bead the size of a thumb appeared in his hand. It looked like a glass ball. Zhou Xuanji took the bead. Before he could ask, the old beggar disappeared into thin air and left. He looked at the red bead for a while but could not figure out what it was. So he took out a special string and hung the bead around his neck. He did not continue to cultivate evil spirit retribution. The current evil spirit retribution was enough for him. He had to continue to increase his cultivation. Cultivation was the most important thing. After returning to his residence, he saw Xiao Chan, and Bai Siwen cultivating together. Fei Hai was nowhere to be found, and the other servants were busy with their own tasks. He did not disturb anyone, but went back to his room to pack up. After that, he flew into the sky and began to extract heavenly law celestial energy. 3 days later, a piece of news came to the Divine Cliff. Mo Jiuqing massacred the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect. The 8 Desolate Spirit Sect was one of the Overlord-level factions. It was located in the west of the Center God Province and controlled 23 mortal realms. It was extremely powerful. But this time, before the immortal gods could descend, the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect was massacred. No one survived. Mo Jiuqing only left a line of words in blood on the stone steel of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect's gate. 10,000 years of blood feud. One more eliminated. The world was in an uproar. Countless people were terrified. Most of the people from the Tang King clan, Dao Heaven Sect, and 8 Desolate Spirit Sect did not participate in suppressing Mo Jiuqing back then, but they were all massacred. If this continued, would the entire Center God Province be massacred by Mo Jiuqing? The Divine Cliff was the most relaxed. Yang Yutian had already informed his disciples that the Divine Cliff had a benefactor helping them. That benefactor was Mo Jiuqing's apprentice brother, so he would not be implicated. Of course, this must not be spread out. Zhou Xuanji did not know about Mo Jiuqing's latest news. He was still cultivating on the clouds. This day, he opened his eyes suddenly and took out the spirit communication heart. Marquis's voice came. This is bad. A true god discovered the northern wilderness region. He has already entered the upper realm. If he sends the location of the northern wilderness region back to the upper realm, the northern wilderness region will surely be destroyed. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with a deep voice, I will return now. He stood up and thought for a while before slamming down with his palm and activating 9 Hell Flame Extinction. He wanted to seek help from the Divine Cliff, but Yang Yutian was the only true god left in the Divine Cliff city. If he left and something happened to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji could not bear the responsibility. He quickly entered the Yin-Yang boundary, northern wilderness region, in a world of ice and snow. Demon Emperor Dugu stood on the peak of a snowy mountain and looked down. Through the drifting snow, he saw a silhouette radiating a dazzling radiance that even the snow could not conceal. That person wore silver-white armor and looked majestic. He was 30 meters tall, and his eyes were filled with a powerful radiance that no one could see his pupils. He was like an unparalleled war god. Just by standing still, he gave off an aura of invincibility that could withstand the collapse of the world. Demon Emperor Duga gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Jingfeng, why are you here?" He felt as though he was facing a great enemy. He knew how terrifying this person was. Lu Jingfeng turned to look into the distance and said calmly, "Massacring the northern wilderness humans and capturing Dark North Monarch Tao." Chapter 461. Hearing Lu Jingfeng's words, a murderous intent flashed in Demon Emperor Duga's eyes. Their eyes met, and they could see through each other's thoughts. "If you try to stop me, I will destroy your soul," Lu Jingfeng said indifferently. He raised his right hand slowly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm and formed a blade of light. He walked up to the peak and stared at Devil Emperor Dugu. He found Devil Emperor Dugu the moment he arrived in the northern wilderness region. He was shocked that he was still alive, so he did not start a massacre, but went to find Devil Emperor Dugu first. There were too many powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and it had many secrets. It was not easy for the northern wilderness region to survive under the suppression of so many factions. Does the Xian court have a feud with the northern wilderness region? Why do you want to be used? Devil Emperor Duga did not panic at all and said casually. Strands of demonic qi flowed out from his body and formed a demonic cloud, stopping the snow. Lu Jingfeng stared at him and said, "It's not a feud. I just dislike the demonic emperor. I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Duga's talent was astounding. Back then he was famous in the Center God province. The Xian court wanted to rope him in, but they did not have the chance. Now that the Xian court was chased out of the Center God province by the heavenly saint, Lu Jingfeng traveled around. Coincidentally, he discovered the northern wilderness region. He quickly made a decision to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Then, he would support a new race to regain control of the northern wilderness region and plan for the future. "You're so confident that you can kill me? Even Han Shuzi could not kill me. Who do you think you are?" Devil Emperor Duga said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped down towards Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji came to the netherworld and realized that he was not in Magistrate Chui's territory. He frowned. He could not descend to the mortal realm, because his cultivation would be suppressed by the power of heavenly law. No one in the divine cliff could help him resist the power of heavenly law. He could only enter the netherworld directly and descend into the northern wilderness region. He could not pass through other mortal realms along the way. Without much hesitation, he moved quickly. The netherworld was mostly similar. It was filled with eerie qi and never saw sunlight. Not long after, he caught a ghost messenger. The truth sword was useful against ghost soldiers too. He asked how far this place was from Magistrate Chui's territory. The answer was a relief to him. The owner of this nether world was Judge Zhao, who was Judge Chui's neighbor. The relationship between them was not bad. At least there was no enmity between them. He didn't go straight to Magistrate Zhao, but let the ghost messengers lead the way. He wanted to immediately go to the underworld where Magistrate Chui was. The ghost messenger was forced to bring him to the edge of the Yellow Springs. Drive in this direction, and you'll reach Judge Chui's underworld region. It had always been pierced by the truth sword, so it could only speak the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How do I cross the river? Can we fly there directly?" There were too many legends about the Yellow Springs, so he had to be cautious. The ghost messenger said with a trembling voice, "Either you ride the Een boat to cross the river, or you fly over. But if you accidentally fall into the river, even if you're a true god, your soul will definitely scatter." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Are there any restrictions on the Yellow Spring? How far is it?" The emissary replied, "There aren't any restrictions, but it's very far. As for how far, I don't know, but even an Anitya Hellguard would be able to fly." Having heard it, Zhou Xuanji immediately threw it down and flew away on his sword. He didn't have the time to look for more boats. No matter how fast the ship of the netherworld was, it was still not as fast as he could fly on his own. Even though he used the truth sword, He was still a little uneasy, but when he thought of his wife and daughter, his heart became strong and fearless. He flew at full speed. After flying for 6 hours, he finally reached the shore. He headed straight for the judge palace. At the same time, in the judge palace, Judge Chui chased out all the ghost messengers and was alone. He frowned and fell into deep thought. He sighed faintly. Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji, I still underestimated you. There are too many people fighting for you. How long can I protect you? Zhou Xuanji's potential was worthy of his protection, but there were even more powerful beings fighting for him. He was now in a passive position. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji rushed into the judge palace hurriedly and said urgently, Judge Chui, the northern wilderness region is in trouble. Send me back quickly. Judge Chui did not look surprised, but looked at him calmly. The northern wilderness region was found by Lu Jingfeng from the Xian court. Not to mention how powerful the Xian court is, there will be more powerful factions searching for the northern wilderness region in the future. How long can you protect them? Judge Chui asked slowly as he locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Someone threatened you? He asked. Xian court? What did it have to do with Xian Daoya? Xian Daoya had been to the northern wilderness region before, so it was not difficult for him to find the northern wilderness region. To prevent the demonic emperor from becoming more powerful, he indeed had the motive to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Judge Chui sighed and said, Zhou Xuanji, I value your potential and endured unimaginable pressure for you. Don't let me down. After that, he stood up and prepared to bring Zhou Xuanji back to the northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji was silent and looked at Judge Chui with a complicated expression. Judge Chui's support for him was equivalent to saving his life. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to repay him, but only hoped that Zhou Xuanji would help him after he became more powerful. Judge Chui seemed to have an ulterior motive, but it was nothing compared to what Zhou Xuanji had done. I will not promise anything. You are no longer just a friend in my heart. Zhou Xuanji said softly. Judge Chui heard him and smiled. The two walked out of the judge palace side by side. They were silent along the way. They came to a cliff. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, This is the second time you are sending me off. Judge Chui shook his head and said with a smile, Now, I don't want to persuade you anymore. Follow your heart, and hope that you will always be as determined as you are now. I also hope that I can send you off for the 3rd time, the 4th time, or even more. He waved his right hand. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, he was swept away by a powerful force and disappeared into the billowing clouds. Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened, and he felt that the world was spinning. He did not lose consciousness. He was no longer the same as before after all. Northern Wilderness Region. I'm back. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui sat under a tree at the top of the mountain and was knitting clothes. She looked so beautiful against the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoxian appeared beside her and squatted down. Mother, you are knitting again. These clothes are useless to father. Why do you need to knit one every year? She said with a pout. Jiang Shui smiled and said, I want to remember his age. She watched Zhou Xuanji grow up. Since he was 2 years old, she would knit clothes for Zhou Xuanji every year. She wanted to maintain this habit. Zhou Xiaoxian pouted. She sighed when she thought of her father. She often went out to train. The geniuses and influential people she met were even older than her father. When those geniuses were still competing in the northern wilderness region, her father had already ascended. While she was proud, she also felt a sense of pressure. She did not want to embarrass Zhou Xuanji, who said it's useless. I like the clothes your mother knitted for me. Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, which made Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian open their eyes wide. Chapter 462. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Jiang Shui and stroked her hair with a gentle look in his eyes. Jiang Shui looked up in surprise and immediately leaped into his arms. You're finally back. She mumbled softly as a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji hugged her tightly and said, This time, I will bring you along. Her body trembled slightly, and her smile became even more blissful. Zhou Xiaoxian was a little jealous and cried out, Oi, father, aren't you going to greet me? She sounded like she was complaining, but there was a tinge of excitement in her voice. Zhou Xuanji had been away for so many years, and his image in her heart grew. Somehow, when she saw her father again, she felt that he was giving off a divine aura that made him seem superior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, "Why aren't you married yet?" Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud when he heard this. "Are you still my father? You want me to marry so badly? Humph, if I don't surpass you, I won't marry." Zhou Xuanji looked at her in astonishment and said, "You want to be a single dog forever?" Zhou Xiaoxian was so angry that she wanted to grab him, but was stopped by Jiang Shui. "Don't mess with your father. He's mine. Go back and cultivate first. Don't disturb our time alone." Jiang Shui pinched her face and snorted. Zhou Xiaoxian was heartbroken. She stomped her foot and snorted coldly before leaving furiously. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left on the summit. The two sat under the tree and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Xuanji first asked Jiang Shui how she spent all these years. Jiang Shui replied with a smile that she had never left Skyfall and had been cultivating every day. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit, she had already reached Great Realization Level 1. After that, Zhou Xuanji told her about his experiences. Jiang Shui's heart tightened as she listened. Even though he spoke casually, she could feel the pressure. How nervous was he when he was being hunted by malicious Buddha and Xian Daoya? She did not dare to imagine. She also learned about Daoya old man's identity from that. Should we tell Grand Teacher about this? Although he was formed from a split of Xian Daoya's soul, I believe he will not harm you. He had no choice. We should help him escape his suffering. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He never hated Daoya old man. He sighed and said, "Don't worry about him for now. A true god has arrived in the northern wilderness region." Jiang Shui glared at him and grabbed his collar tightly. She said uneasily, "You're going again." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "After this battle, I will build a portal on Skyfall that connects to the Divine Cliff. In the future, when people from the northern wilderness region ascend, they can enter the Divine Cliff directly." Jiang Shui was still very worried, because Zhou Xuanji told her about the stage above Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. After all, the Void Extreme Immortal stage was between a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal and a true god. The two of them chatted a bit more before Zhou Xuanji gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, everyone was very excited. Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the little black snake pestered Zhou Xuanji, asking him to tell them about the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji stared at them, and everyone quietened down. He told Xiao Jinghong about the teleportation gate, and asked Xiao Jinghong to handle it personally. Soon after, he spoke of the crisis of the true gods, which moved everyone. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from outside the hall, causing them to turn their heads in shock. A massive aura weighed down on their hearts, and their scalps even felt numb. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and mumbled, "I didn't expect someone to fight against a true god." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. There was someone who was as powerful as a true god in the northern wilderness region. They thought that Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful cultivator. They did not expect someone even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Guard Skyfall and wait for my return." After that, he flew out of the palace like a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Shui put her palms together and placed them before her chest, praying for Zhou Xuanji. On a grassy plain that had turned into ruins, Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis stood up with great difficulty. Both of them were covered in injuries and looked extremely pathetic. Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "If I were here, I would have killed you with a slap." Lu Jingfeng levitated in the air with his blade of light and looked down at them. Devil Emperor Dugu looked up. His face was hideous, and his eyes were blood-red like a demon god. He tried his best to channel his demonic qi, which shook the ground violently. "You can't defeat me at all. Why are you still fighting? Trying to buy time? Are you waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come back?" Lu Jingfeng looked down at them and asked coldly, "I'm waiting too. Someone wants him dead." Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis were not surprised. They continued to look at him viciously. "He is already here. It's time for you to die." After Lu Jingfeng spoke, he slashed down with his blade. Marquis could not dodge in time, and turned into ashes on the spot. The horrifying impact sent Devil Emperor Dugu flying away. Far away, Dowseeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were also watching the battle. The two tribulation executives looked at everything in silence, and could do nothing. Devil Emperor Dugu charged out from the billowing dust, and charged toward Lu Jingfeng fearlessly. Almost instantly, he came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed with his palms. The demonic qi around him transformed into ferocious beast heads that bit at Lu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. Lu Jingfeng snorted coldly, and the beasts' heads exploded immediately. Devil Emperor Dugu flew backward while vomiting blood. Boom! Lu Jingfeng stomped on Devil Emperor Dugu's chest and sent him crashing into the ground. The ruins collapsed under the immense force and formed a horrifying crater with a diameter of 100 miles. The mountains far away shook violently, and a hurricane swept up the forest. Even the clouds in the sky were dispelled. The power of a true god was far beyond the mortal realm. Devil Emperor Dugu grabbed onto Lu Jingfeng's leg and struggled with all his might. Lu Jingfeng looked down at him from above and said, "Devil Emperor Dugu, I'll give you one last chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll be a devil again, but I will never be a slave." Lu Jingfeng frowned. He slashed down with his blade, and was about to decapitate Devil Emperor Dugu. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. The nine-flame chimera demon sword turned into a stream of sword light, and collided with Lu Jingfeng's blade of light. Lu Jingfeng and Devil Emperor Dugu turned around, and saw Zhou Xuanji coming over on a river of swords. "If you want to fight, fight me." Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. He held the holy light divine shadow sword in his left hand, and the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand. Seeing him, Dowseeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat became excited. Zhou Xuanji really came. Lu Jingfeng glanced sideways at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I've heard of you. A first-class great emperor, and a 10th revolution golden immortal, who could kill void extreme immortals. But do you really think you are qualified to challenge a true god?" He slowly rose up. He was not in a hurry to kill Devil Emperor Dugu, and he turned his attention to Zhou Xuanji. "Do you know how many almighties want you dead?" Lu Jingfeng asked with a murderous aura. Countless golden weapons appeared around him. There were sabers, swords, clubs, and halberds. All of them were pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered, and the might of heaven was vast and mighty. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow too. Countless sword shadows formed into a primordial world of magnificent mountains and rivers, each occupying one side of the sky with Lu Jingfeng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 463. There are many people who want to kill me. I don't have time to care about how many there are. Zhou Xuanji replied coldly as he approached Lu Jingfeng on the River of Swords. This was his first time challenging a true god. His heart was filled with excitement. Lu Jingfeng smiled. His smile was filled with killing intent. The number of golden light divine weapons around him reached tens of millions, and they covered the sky and earth. Their might gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu and the two tribulation executives looked at him in horror. What a powerful aura! It felt as if the northern wilderness region would shatter at any moment under this pressure. Millions of golden weapons suddenly charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They moved like lightning, and the heavens and earth changed color. The primordial chaos sword shadow followed, tearing apart the sky. It was like the beginning of the primordial world, exploding with all kinds of phenomena. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng moved at the same time. Facing a true god, Zhou Xuanji directly used nearly 200 swords, and unleashed sword sect immortal ghost weep. 200 beams of silver light circled around Zhou Xuanji's body, and charged at him recklessly. They were so fast that it looked like a gigantic silver orb enveloping Zhou Xuanji. The divine weapons and sword shadows that filled the sky clashed together, forming countless explosions that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused the entire northern wilderness region to fall into a calamity. The various city walls of the 5 empires collapsed. Countless lakes and rivers churned and the forests swayed. Avalanches occurred on the snowy mountains one after another, and the white impact swept through everything. Especially in the sea, monstrous waves suddenly rose, wreaking havoc on the seaside. The arrival of the calamity was beyond the expectations of all living beings in the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng began fighting amidst the explosions. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands and attacked fiercely. He activated the sword soul from time to time, while the sword sect immortal cry around him continued to attack. But it was a pity that they could not hurt Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng had many divine abilities, and was as fast as a phantom. He moved about continuously, and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. With the power of 2 Armageddon legendary swords, and the heavenly law celestial energy, Zhou Xuanji could barely fight Lu Jingfeng. Immortal energy. Could it be that this fellow obtained the inheritance of the immortal god? Lu Jingfeng was secretly shocked, and killing intent surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji felt even more pressure. The difference in their realms was too great. Even with the support of 2 powerful forces, he felt that his body would explode at any moment. It was almost impossible to defeat Lu Jingfeng. Devil Emperor Duge flew into the air, and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid, how could he be so strong? How long has it been? His heart was filled with terror. Zhou Xuanji's talent and serendipity far exceeded his imagination. It was so strong that even he was a little afraid. The 2 tribulation executives were simply excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji defeated Lu Jingfeng, the northern wilderness region would survive another crisis. However, good times don't last long. Boom! Lu Jingfeng slashed down Zhou Xuanji with one slash. His body penetrated through the ground, and fell tens of thousands of meters deep. There were rocks all around him, and there was no light. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth, and felt that his internal organs were already shattered. The real god power was really too strong. Lu Jingfeng suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his neck with his left hand, and flung him up. Zhou Xuanji lost control of his body, and flew out from the ground. He crashed through the thunderclouds, and was corroded by countless lightning bolts. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 10,000-meter-tall golden Buddha landed steadily on the ground, and slashed at Lu Jingfeng with its 1,000 hands. The power of an ant dares to fight against a god. Lu Jingfeng's cold laughter could be heard. A beam of golden light burst through the surface of the earth, and slashed the golden Buddha in half. Peerlessly domineering, Zhou Xuanji's body turned golden, and a 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He activated World Overlord, and gathered the power of the heavens and earth. Pain could be seen on his face. His body had reached its limit, and could not take it any longer. But he had to give it his all. If he lost, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, and the others would not be able to escape death. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples would die in agony. Go to hell! Zhou Xuanji tossed out the all-evil yin-yang destruction. A black radiance flashed, and the sword penetrated Lu Jingfeng's chest instantly. Void instant kill. Lu Jingfeng was not surprised but smiled mockingly. His body turned illusory, and he appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. His hand blade landed on the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck, and knocked him down again. Daoseeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were in despair. It's over. It's over. There's no escape. Daoseeker sat paralyzed in the ruins. He was dispirited. Zhou Xuanji, you still want to fight? Lu Jingfeng stood high above like the radiant sun. His voice resounded across the northern wilderness region. Only then did the world understand that a powerful enemy was coming. The Sword Emperor who ascended had returned to fight for them. From what Lu Jingfeng said, Zhou Xuanji was at a disadvantage. The billowing dust was dispersed by the sword qi. Zhou Xuanji got up. The Holy Light Redemption sword pierced into his back to heal him. He twisted his neck, and blood flowed from his mouth uncontrollably. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep was still going on, but to a powerful true god it was useless. The difference in cultivation stage prevented the legendary swords from keeping up with Lu Jingfeng's speed. He stared fixedly at Lu Jingfeng. His eyes were filled with ferocity without fear. He charged up into the sky again, but he was struck down by Lu Jingfeng in less than 2 breaths' time. Devil Emperor Dugu understood that Zhou Xuanji could not defeat Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji was already very surprising to him. He gritted his teeth, took out a skull, and raised it above his head. Demon God of the Abyss, your people beg you to descend and eliminate the enemy for me. His hoarse roar attracted Zhou Xuanji, Lu Jingfeng, and the two tribulation executives to look at him. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the skull and pierced through the clouds. A black hole formed by a black cyclone appeared. Lu Jingfeng's expression changed slightly. He came up to Devil Emperor Dugu in one step and decapitated him. Blood splattered all over the ground. The skull shattered suddenly and dissipated with the wind. Lu Jingfeng looked up at the black hole, and his face turned dark. A horrifying demonic might descended, including Zhou Xuanji. All living beings in the world felt uneasy. It was as though they were facing death. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the black hole. They looked extremely evil. It was as though a gigantic evil god was looking down at the mortal world from the sky. Just the eyes alone were so big. It was unimaginable how big his body was. Demon Ancestor, Lu Jingfeng said with gritted teeth with an unsightly expression. He did not expect Devil Emperor Dugu to be related to the Demon Ancestor. No wonder this fellow was able to escape from Han Shuzi's grasp. Whoosh! At this moment, a horrifying suction force exploded. Countless rocks flew up. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly lowered their bodies so that they would not be sucked away. Far away, countless humans, demons, and beasts were sucked toward the black hole. Help! What's that? Why? Why is it like this? Who can save me? Ah! It's over. All sorts of cries and screams could be heard. Zhou Xuanji wanted to save them, but he was too severely injured to do so. Lu Jingfeng made his move. He swung his saber wildly at the black hole. Countless saber chi sliced the mortals along the way into a rain of blood. The saber chi entered the black hole and disappeared without causing any sound or damage. Chapter 464. The demon ancestor devoured the mortal spirits and stared at Lu Jingfeng with his blood-red eyes. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel their hair stand on end. Lu Jingfeng was drenched in cold sweat. He was panicking and didn't know what to do. If he stayed in the northern wilderness region, he would have to face the demonic lord. If he left the northern wilderness region, the demonic ancestor would be even more dangerous to him, as there was no longer the power of the heavenly law to obstruct him. It was a dead end with no solution. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to heal himself. He stared into the demonic ancestor's eyes while guarding against Lu Jingfeng. All the divine swords gathered around him, and the voices of the 9 souls resounded in his mind. Demon Ancestor, why is he here? Were you asleep just now? That Dugu brat summoned it. No wonder Devil Emperor Dugu rose to power so quickly. He has the Demon Ancestor behind him. What a joke. He said that he would never yield. Isn't that yielding to the Demon Ancestor's tyranny? To think that the Demon Ancestor would still be alive. The discussions of the 9 souls shocked Zhou Xuanji. They all knew the Devil Ancestor, which meant that the Devil Ancestor had existed for a long time. Even longer than the experts he knew. Just the 2 words Devil Ancestor were enough to make one's imagination roam. What does he want? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. The demonic ancestor did not attack, but continued to devour mortals. Could it be that he wanted to devour all living beings in the northern wilderness region? What was the difference between this and slaughtering the humans of the northern wilderness? He raised his hands. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword flew into his hands. Stop right there. If you go, you will definitely die, Lu Wuji shouted. This was the first time he had ever been so serious. Seeing more and more mortal souls being swept up, Zhou Xuanji could not remain calm. He could feel that the suction force was becoming stronger. If this continued, the common people would be in trouble and Emperor Sword Court would not be spared. His eyes became determined, and all the divine swords vibrated violently. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the blades and dragon roars sounded. Boom! Lu Jingfeng, who was far away, was the first to charge into the sky. He held the lightsaber in his hand, roared furiously, and slashed with his saber. The 1,000 feet long saber chi rose like a crescent moon, smashing into the black hole with unstoppable force. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage. Lu Jingfeng didn't stop. As he charged towards the black hole, he swung his saber crazily. Countless saber auras slashed out continuously. At this moment, he was like a demon, hysterical and reckless. The true god's aura caused the land of the northern wilderness region to shatter, and the waves along the coast crashed onto the mainland. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and leaped up toward the demon ancestor. Roar! A domineering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji and all of his legendary swords transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was thousands of meters long and shone with a golden radiance. The ancestral dragon roared as it charged out, creating a powerful gale that swept away the clouds. Lu Jingfeng charged into the black hole with the 5-clawed golden dragon. The two tribulation executives raised their necks and watched the battle nervously. Will it work? Daoseeker muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with anxiety. A world-shaking explosion came from the sky. Next, they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng falling from the sky, covered in blood. As a result, the suction force dissipated, and the mortal spirits that had been swept into the air fell to the ground. Most of the mortal spirits fell to their deaths because their cultivation levels were insufficient. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng used to be enemies, but now they had become brothers in the same boat. The two fell into the ruins, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Northern Wilderness Region, the tiny mortal realm. An indifferent and dignified voice rang out. It was like a giant deity from the ninth heaven was evaluating the mortal world. None of the living beings could feel a shred of anger, only endless fear. Before such a mighty aura, all the mortal spirits were so fragile. On Skyfall, Xiao Jinghong and the group of elders levitated in the sky. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples were scattered around Skyfall. When Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all the disciples followed suit. Clang! The sound of millions of swords being drawn gathered together. It was so crisp that it could tear apart all noise. Everyone was trembling, but they did not give up. All of them looked up at the sky with gritted teeth. At this moment, everyone looked up and could see the demon ancestor's blood-red eyes. It was even bigger than the sun, like a peerless demon god that was unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He had no energy to stand up. Facing the demon ancestor, he did not even have the chance to use evil spirit retribution. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, and all he saw was darkness. Darkness of despair, buried deep underground. He could not see what was happening outside. Emperor Zhao's voice came. Forget it. Can't you escape by yourself? If you continue to waste time like this, you will only die here. Facing Lu Jingfeng, Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning. Moreover, the demon ancestor was countless times more powerful than Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji desperately channeled the heavenly law's celestial power in the Tianxia map, and used it to heal his body. Even in the Center God province, no one can stop the demon ancestor. Sovereign Xian sighed. He suddenly felt that he should not have died. Now he was really aggrieved. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to them. He got up with great difficulty, and the heavenly law's celestial power burst out to help him get out of the ground. Not far away, Lu Jingfeng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the demon ancestor. Too powerful. He had never met such a powerful being before. Boom! A beam of demonic chi shot down from the black hole and smashed into the ground, shaking the entire northern wilderness region. Countless roars came from the beam of demonic chi, as though the resentful demons from hell were about to charge out. Daoseeker's expression changed drastically. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud, as though he had lost his soul. The man in the woven rush raincoat clenched his fists as his body trembled. Shortly after, countless resentful demons flew out from the beam of demonic chi and charged in all directions. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows slayed tens of thousands of demons. But there were just too many demons in the beam of light. They charged out continuously, like a swarm of ants coming out of a hole. There was an uncountable number of them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel despair. There was really nothing he could do. His legs were trembling, and the bones in his legs were shattered. But he still stood up with the heavenly law's celestial power. His face turned hideous. Since he was going to die anyway, he chose to die in battle. At this moment, the red bead on his neck beamed with a brilliant radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lu Jingfeng and the two tribulation executives turned around in shock. A silhouette appeared before Zhou Xuanji. He stood tall and straight. His black robe danced in the wind, and his white hair danced freely. After the powerful radiance dissipated, he was completely exposed under the sky. His face was cold, and his eyes were cold. His feet were bare, and his black robe was riddled with holes. He looked pathetic, but his aura was extremely powerful. He was Emperor Xiao's sworn brother, Mo Jiuqing. So it's the demon ancestor. Interesting. Mo Jiuqing stared into the demon ancestor's eyes and said with a smile. After that, he walked up into the air, as though there was a shapeless stairway under his feet that led him to the top of the sky. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Who are you? He could not help but ask. Instinctively, he gripped the red bead on his neck tightly. He felt complicated. He did not expect to use the treasure that the old beggar gave him so soon. Chapter 465. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Mo Jiuqing did not reply but uttered 3 words. Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. During this period of time, Mo Jiuqing was known by everyone in the Center God province. Why did he fly out from the red bead? Mo Jiuqing no longer paid any attention to Zhou Xuanji, and he covered hundreds of meters with each step as he walked towards the sky. Lu Jingfeng frowned. He looked at Mo Jiuqing in confusion. He had never heard of Mo Jiuqing's name. He had not been in the Great Thousand World for the past few years, so he did not know about Mo Jiuqing's earth-shattering achievements. The demon ancestor looked at Mo Jiuqing with squinted eyes. I heard that the demon ancestor is peerless. Today, I shall challenge you. Mo Jiuqing laughed wildly. After he spoke, he quickly disappeared into the black hole. A horrifying shockwave came from the black hole and tore the northern wilderness region apart. Zhou Xuanji was forced to crawl on the ground, and all the legendary swords were blocking his head. The black hole disappeared suddenly. The demon ancestor and Mo Jiuqing's aura dissipated too. However, the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region had just begun. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the mountains and the ground around him were cracking. The northern wilderness region was splitting apart. He continued to heal himself and prayed that Skyfall would not be destroyed. 2 tribulation executives appeared beside him. What's your relationship with that person just now? Daoseeker asked anxiously. He desperately hoped that Mo Jiuqing could defeat the demon ancestor. If the northern wilderness region was destroyed, the tribulation executives would cease to exist. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but looked at Lu Jingfeng. Although the demon ancestor was being held back by Mo Jiuqing, Lu Jingfeng was still a threat. Lu Jingfeng was still in shock. He thought that he was dead for sure, but Mo Jiuqing appeared. He saw clearly that Mo Jiuqing was summoned by Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a dilemma. Should he kill Zhou Xuanji? Mo Jiuqing's powerful aura made him shudder. But if he did not kill Zhou Xuanji, could this grudge be resolved? If a first-class great emperor grew, only God knew how powerful he would be. After the thought, he raised his right hand and walked toward Zhou Xuanji with a blade of light. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out his 2 legendary swords. Both of them were severely injured, but Lu Jingfeng was a true god after all. If they fought again, Zhou Xuanji would surely die. You can't fight anymore. Daoseeker stopped Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji stared at Lu Jingfeng and said coldly, If I don't fight, who? Daoseeker fell silent. Without Zhou Xuanji, the northern wilderness humans would have been annihilated long ago. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over shakily, Daoseeker sighed and walked up to him. In the future, the northern wilderness region will really depend on you, he said. With that, he charged towards Lu Jingfeng without any hesitation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Wasn't tribulation executives not supposed to interact with humans? He subconsciously looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked with his eyes. The man in the raincoat sighed and did not speak. Daoseeker sprinted toward Lu Jingfeng. Dazzling light burst out of his body as bolts of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere and interweaved on his body. I am the heavenly tribulation of the northern wilderness. I should protect this realm with my life. Daoseeker's voice became solemn. Heavenly thunder surrounded him, and his aura increased crazily. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What is he going to do? Lu Jingfeng also frowned. He was severely injured and was not as powerful as he was at his peak, so he sensed the danger. Tribulation executive, he took a deep breath and slashed with his saber. The saber chi swept horizontally, and Daoseeker clashed with it. The heavenly thunder tore the saber chi apart. He was extremely fast, sweeping up 2 rows of dust along the way, as though he was going to split the ground in half. He came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed his palm. Lu Jingfeng could not dodge in time, and was struck in the chest. With a loud boom, he flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the horizon. Daoseeker pursued him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So powerful. He could sense that Daoseeker borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Other than that, there was also the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation executives are so powerful? He looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked, "You are so powerful. Why didn't you attack earlier?" The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed. "Once we attack, we will be annihilated." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He understood what the man in the woven rush raincoat meant. Daoseeker wanted to perish together? On the other side, Daoseeker caught up with Lu Jingfeng and slammed with both of his palms. Lightning struck Lu Jingfeng's body, and Lu Jingfeng could not retaliate at all. They leaped over cliffs. The northern wilderness region was in a mess now. Cities and towns had collapsed. It was as though they had returned to the beginning of the world, when the heavenly might wreaked havoc. Daoseeker slammed with all his might, and Lu Jingfeng flew across the surface of the sea and fell into the deep sea. The ocean was still in a state of turmoil. Lightning wrapped around his body, and Daoseeker turned into the tribulation god. He gathered the power of heavenly thunder in his palms and turned them into 2 lightning balls. He waved his right hand, and lightning struck down suddenly. The lightning ravaged the ocean and evaporated the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning it into a mist that covered the sky. Lu Jingfeng leaped up from the bottom of the sea with his saber and pierced into Daoseeker's chest. Daoseeker was enveloped by a powerful radiance, and his expression could not be seen. He said calmly, "Destroy my northern wilderness. Destroy the world." Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body and turned into a lightning net that engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Ah!" Lu Jingfeng cried out miserably. The might of the heavenly thunder was so horrifying. The northern wilderness region was facing a calamity, and the heavenly thunder gathered by the tribulation executives was definitely the strongest. It was equivalent to the retaliation of the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng felt that his body would explode at any time, and his soul was also facing the danger of dispersing. He quickly distanced himself from Daoseeker. Daoseeker slammed his palms forward, and all the lightning bolts shot out. They gathered into a lightning pillar and engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Damn it! Just you wait. If I don't destroy the northern wilderness region, I'm not human." Lu Jingfeng's resentful roar sounded, and his aura dissipated in the heavenly thunder. He no longer existed. Daoseeker used the power of the tribulation to kill a true god. If Lu Jingfeng was not severely injured, Daoseeker would not have succeeded. The lightning dissipated, and the powerful radiance on Daoseeker's body also dissipated. His feet started to petrify, and the petrification spread upwards. He took a deep breath and looked exhausted. He looked around, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He had protected the northern wilderness for more than 100,000 years. In the end, he could not escape his fate and died fighting for the northern wilderness. "I really hope there's an afterlife," he mumbled to himself. His entire body was petrified, and he turned into a stone man that fell into the raging ocean. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. It struck the petrified Daoseeker into ashes, which were dispersed by the wind. He died without a burial. "He's dead." The man in the raincoat stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, opened his eyes in silence. He felt a little complicated. To be honest, he had always been filled with resentment toward the two tribulation executives. The tribulation executives were the witnesses of history. They always stirred people's hearts. When the northern wilderness region faced a true crisis, they could not do anything. But Dao Seeker's performance today dispersed his resentment. There was a tinge of inexplicable disappointment in him. That true God is dead. Although the tribulation is over, the northern wilderness region. The man in the raincoat sighed. He looked afar and saw waves rising from the crisscrossing valleys. Chapter 466. The northern wilderness region was torn apart. The surrounding ocean was affected, and the waves surged toward the continent from all directions. Zhou Xuanji left on his sword and flew toward Skyfall. He could not protect the world with his severe injuries, so he could only try his best to protect Skyfall. At this moment, on Skyfall, 1,000,000 disciples stood in formation to defend against the seawater. At a glance, the mountains around Skyfall were already submerged by the seawater. It was like a lone peak amidst the raging waves, the only pillar between the heavens and the earth. Finyu Dragon King coiled around Skyfall and breathed out dragon flames, drying up the seawater. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Meng Tianlang, and Chen Bantian used their sword techniques to defend. Everyone was doing their best to defend. Their faces were solemn, and sweat covered their foreheads. No matter where they looked, they could only feel despair. What was the apocalypse? They finally understood. There was only one hope left in their hearts, so they continued to persevere. Living beings in the northern wilderness region, that true God has been killed by the tribulation executive. When the world is peaceful, the tribulation will be over. I am already severely injured, so you can only rely on yourselves. Persevere for a while more. Don't give up hope of survival. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world. His voice was so weak, but his words ignited a flame of hope in the hearts of all living beings. All living beings persevered, but every minute and every second many died. This catastrophe affected every mortal in the northern wilderness region, both overseas and overseas. Although despair was boiling, it was also the beginning of transformation. When Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall, the waves had already calmed down. Seeing that he had returned on the River of Swords, a deafening commotion erupted on Skyfall. A smile appeared on Zhou Xuanji's fatigued face. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the heavenly law's celestial power above the clouds. His cultivation efficiency in the northern wilderness region was less than 1/10 of that in the Great Thousand World, but at least he could still cultivate. He opened his eyes and saw a boundless ocean below the sea of clouds. Numerous mountains stood on the surface of the ocean. At first glance, this place looked like an archipelago. After the catastrophe, the northern wilderness region was broken into dozens of continents, and the population was greatly reduced. But the humans and demons were still resilient. They began to travel around and re-establish order. In the mortal realm, there was no longer a distinction between overseas and overseas. A month ago, Zhou Xuanji sent 100,000 disciples out to train and help the weak. He slowly stood up and walked to the peak of Skyfall. A towering portal of 20 feet in height had already been erected. Zhou Xiaoqi, a big and small heir, little black snake, and Chongming demon monarch were circling around the portal. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist, saying, "Revered teacher, the portal has been successfully built." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized rock appeared. There were blue lines winding around it. It was the Stone of Two Realms. Regarding Zhou Xuanji's request, Yang Yutian did his best. He bought 2 two-realm stones a long time ago. One was placed on the newly built portal at the Divine Cliff, and the other was given to Zhou Xuanji. When Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and connected the 2 two-realm stones, the connection between the northern wilderness region and the Great Thousand World could be realized. Zhou Xuanji placed the 2-realm stone into a groove on the portal. Next, the entire portal shook violently. There was a loud bang. All the spirit stones on the portal burst forth with energy, converging into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The starry sky above began to ripple. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya old man, and the others walked over and looked up, their faces full of anticipation. From now on, the living beings of the northern wilderness region would join the divine cliff after they ascended. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle 2 months ago had made him more reserved. Apart from cultivating, he would think about many things. We can finally go to the upper realm. What are you talking about? You don't have the strength to ascend. What's there to be afraid of? Since we can't become great emperors, why don't we go to the great thousand world to look for opportunities? Although the ascension tribulations can increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, the time we spend cultivating in the northern wilderness region might be able to make up for it. Haha, Master didn't allow you to ascend. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Han Shimbua, Huang Lianxin, Zhou Shaoxian, and the others started talking about the upper bound excitedly. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "It's all in the past." Zhou Xuanji did not look down, but continued to look up. "Not yet," he replied. "They might want it to end, but I don't." They were not referring to the people in the northern wilderness region, but those who were against the northern wilderness region. All these years, the northern wilderness region had been suppressed a lot. Zhou Xuanji did not want it to end just like that. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use his power to prove that the northern wilderness region was inviolable. His goal now was to break through to void extreme immortal as soon as possible. Just the true gods alone were enough to render him helpless. How could he compete with those powerful cultivators? 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and stepped out of the portal to the divine cliff. As for the other disciples, they stayed at Skyfall to cultivate. Only after they surpassed the great realization stage would he allow Emperor Sword Court's disciples to enter the divine cliff. Other than that, all living beings in the world could also ascend through tribulation and enter the divine cliff directly. "Sister-in-law is here." Yang Yutian chuckled, for elders stood beside him, and they were all smiling as well. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to bring his wife along, they agreed. This would only make Zhou Xuanji's relationship with the divine cliff closer. Jiang Shui nodded and bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me in the divine cliff," she said. Yang Yutian laughed heartily. After that, he personally sent Zhou Xuanji and his wife back to their residence. After entering the residence, Yang Yutian and the others left. Zhou Xuanji introduced Xiao Chan and Bai Siwen to Jiang Shui. Xiao Chan and Bai Siwen were very curious about Jiang Shui and wanted to get to know her. The 3 girls were not distant from each other and quickly became friends. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji flew to the clouds with Jiang Shui and cultivated together. When he began to extract heavenly law celestial power, dense spiritual qi gathered around him, allowing Jiang Shui to get twice the result with half the effort. And so time passed quickly. Every other year, Zhou Xuanji would return to Skyfall to take a look. Each time, he would bring back many natural resources and ask people to plant them on Skyfall. Spring passed and autumn came. Soon 50 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 157 years old. In 50 years, he obtained 113 legendary swords. The highest was only god-slaying, and there was only one. During this time, 10 people ascended from the northern wilderness region. Ning Zifeng and Fenyu Dragon King had already ascended and officially joined the divine cliff. Ning Zifeng and Fenyu Dragon King still treated Zhou Xuanji as their leader. Yang Yutian turned a blind eye to this. Above the clouds, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a deep frown. Jiang Shui, who was beside him, opened her eyes and asked concernedly, "You still haven't found the opportunity to break through?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and sighed. He was a little depressed. "Heh, you still have to rely on me to break through." Chapter 467. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar. He grabbed the red bead on his neck and asked, "What is the red bead you gave me? How can it summon Mo Jiuqing?" Jiang Shui looked at the old beggar curiously. Zhou Xuanji's first teacher in name was unfathomable, and she had long wanted to meet him. The old beggar smiled proudly. "This is our teacher bead. If anyone is in danger, they can teleport out through the teacher bead. But they must be at least a true god and proficient in the reincarnation shuttle. Teacher bead. Zhou Xuanji was speechless at the name. What is the reincarnation shuttle? He asked. To be proficient in it, it must be a spell, formation, or divine ability. The reincarnation shuttle is a divine ability that shuttles between planes. With your capability, you are not qualified to learn it. The old beggar replied. He flipped his right hand, and a jade lotus appeared in his hand. A wave of fragrance wafted out from the lotus, which soothed Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui. Their senses became much clearer. This is a 100,000-year-old extreme frost lotus root. The massive amount of spiritual qi contained in it is enough for you to break through to void extreme immortal. I will protect you in case another despicable person appears. The old beggar threw the extreme frost lotus root to Zhou Xuanji before he drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. He turned to Jiang Shui and praised, 5 elemental spirit body. You are quite talented. During this period, I will teach you a divine ability as well. Take it as my gift to my disciple's wife. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Zhou Xuanji sized up the extreme frost lotus root as he asked, how is Mo Jiuqing? Mo Jiuqing saved him, so he was concerned about him. That brat overestimated himself. If not for the fact that it was not the demonic ancestor himself, he would be dead for sure. He has already returned to the Center God province to continue his revenge. Soon you will hear from him again. The old beggar replied casually. Apparently, he was not fond of Mo Jiuqing. He had so many disciples, and Mo Jiuqing belonged to the group that he did not like. Not the demonic ancestor himself? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. That pair of eyes almost destroyed the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng was so weak before it, and yet it was not the demonic ancestor himself. How powerful would the demonic ancestor be then? He sat cross-legged on the clouds and began to absorb the extreme frost lotus root. The old beggar walked in front of Jiang Shui and said with a smile, I'll teach you a divine ability now. I see that you're cultivating a demonic art, and it's not suitable for you. I'll also teach you a cultivation technique that will allow your 5 elemental spirit body to be fully improved. With that, he quickly stretched out his hand and tapped Jiang Shui's forehead with his index finger. After a while, he stopped, and Jiang Shui continued to feel the inherited memories. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, I'm going to take a walk in your divine cliff city. You can break through at any time. Don't worry with me around. No one can stop you from breaking through. With that, the old beggar disappeared. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, but focused on absorbing the extreme frost lotus root. A wave of extreme cold ran through his body, and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a huge amount of spiritual qi! And this is only a small portion. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He suddenly wanted to know where the old beggar had gotten it from. An hour later, he asked Jiang Shui to wait for him at his residence. He was about to undergo the tribulation, and he did not want to hurt her accidentally. Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal was to transform one's inner pellet into a heavenly pellet and have 10 additional Tao patterns that contain the power of the heavenly law. Void Extreme Immortal was a transformation of the soul. In the previous stages, the soul was weak. Normally, if the body was destroyed, the soul could hardly defeat the enemy. But Void Extreme Immortal could refine the soul. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and the heavens and earth turned dark. A vast heavenly might spread out. Even the Divine Cliff City's disciples could sense it. Soon people gathered. They looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and cried out in shock. He's going to break through again. I heard that he's only 150 years old. Avoid extreme immortal at 150 years old? Even if he's a first-class great emperor, it can't be this exaggerated, right? We don't understand the world of a first-class great emperor. This is a good thing. Our divine cliff will become more powerful. The divine cliff's disciples were looking forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after his breakthrough. Before, he could already sweep across void extreme immortals. After breaking through, would he be able to battle true gods? Yang Yutian appeared in the air and cried out, Spread out and protect Zhou Xuanji. The disciples came back to their senses and surrounded Zhou Xuanji from all directions. They did not reject this mission. Zhou Xuanji was already the Divine Cliff's representative, and the Divine Cliff's future depended on him. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more powerful the Divine Cliff would be, and the more benefits their disciples would receive. If Zhou Xuanji died, the Divine Cliff would be devoured by the other factions. They would share glory and destruction. The heavenly lightning became more and more powerful, as if there was a terrifying existence rolling in the thunderclouds, causing all the disciples' hearts to pound. What heavenly tribulation was this? A lightning silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared above the clouds. He spread out his 6 arms, each holding lightning. He was 300 meters tall, and looked like a god of lightning, looking divine and majestic. Zhou Xuanji looked up, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. He frowned slightly. This lightning silhouette was so powerful. Its aura was even more powerful than Tang Juetian's. Before he could think too much, the lightning silhouette swooped down. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell, as if the sky was collapsing. It was extremely majestic. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji used Void Instant Kill straight away. The thunderclap sword shot up with extreme speed and pierced through the lightning silhouette. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Such a fast sword speed. However, the tribulation had only just begun. Numerous lightning silhouettes were formed from the heavenly lightning. At a glance, there were countless of them, and they surrounded Zhou Xuanji like heavenly soldiers. Yang Yutian frowned and mumbled, "This tribulation is already showing signs of breaking through to true God." The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful and talented Zhou Xuanji was. He was both happy and worried at the same time. At the foot of the mountain, in a dense forest, the muscular man brought Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qil to a cave. The muscular man said, "Mo Jiuqing, why aren't you coming out to greet your senior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisin was incredibly excited and stared fixedly at the cave. He had long wanted to meet such a ferocious person like Mo Jiuqing. Feng Qil, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He was afraid that Mo Jiuqing would go crazy and attack them. "Aoshi, why did you come to find me?" Mo Jiuqing's voice came from the cave with an indifferent tone. Aoshi was the muscular man's name. More accurately speaking, he called himself Grandmaster Aoshi, and liked to take in disciples. Evidently, he had inherited this from the old beggar. Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly. "Can't we reminisce? You went to the northern wilderness region before. Can you tell me what happened there? Also, why did the demon ancestor's split soul appear?" A series of footsteps came from the cave, and the pale-faced Mo Jiuqing walked out. Chapter 468. The Xian court's disciples discovered the northern wilderness region and attacked, forcing a demonic cultivator to ask for help from the demon ancestor. "My sworn brother comes from the northern wilderness region, which is why I acted." Mo Jiuqing looked at Grandmaster Aoshi and replied calmly. The corner of Grandmaster Aoshi's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Wasn't his last sentence deceiving him? Xian court? Interesting. Even though the Xian court and Xian Daoya don't have any relationship, their names are too similar. And it is precisely because there is no connection that it is so confusing. Grandmaster Aoshi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Mo Jiuqing could not deny it, and did not reply. His gaze landed on Feng Qil, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Qil felt his hair stand on end, and he instinctively hid behind Bai Hao Yisin. Grandmaster Aoshi looked at him and asked, "How about we team up and go to the Xian court? At the same time, let this junior of mine gain some knowledge, and fight for some fortuitous encounters." Mo Jiuqing did not reply and instead said to Feng Qil, "Your talent in the Tao of Fate is not bad. How about you join me? Poaching in public?" Feng Qil's heart thumped with excitement. Bai Hao Yisin asked, "Martial uncle, what realm are you at? Can you teach me a few moves?" Grandmaster Aoshi rubbed his forehead, feeling humiliated. Mo Jiuqing glanced at Bai Hao Yisin and said, "Your foundation has been damaged, and your temperament is unstable. It will be difficult for you to become great." Critical strike. Bai Hao Isin almost vomited blood. Grandmaster Aoshi grunted coldly. Mo Jioqing, you still haven't answered me. The surrounding forest started to tremble as a massive might exploded out, causing Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu to almost fall to the ground. Mo Jioqing calmly replied, when do we leave? Hanging court. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed and said, why don't we go find that junior brother and go together? That's more interesting. Mo Jioqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat hesitant. That old thing must be with Zhou Xuanji. He knew the old thing didn't want to see him. The Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already endured the heavenly tribulation for 4 hours. All the Divine Cliff disciples were watching from afar. The thunderclap sword revolved at high speed, its aura surpassing that of a heavenly tribulation. All the disciples were dumbfounded. That sword. A sword that absorbs heavenly tribulation? That's not right. That sword is gradually becoming stronger. It wasn't this powerful before. This is the first time I've seen someone go through a tribulation like this. Who did Zhou Xuanji inherit his sword from? Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King were the most excited. As expected of their master, he was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy began to skyrocket. He quickly condensed it into heavenly law celestial power. He wanted to transform his magic energy during the breakthrough. He converted all of his magic power into heavenly law immortal energy. Boom! His aura surged and surpassed that of a 10th revolution golden immortal. His entire soul was sublimating, and an indescribable transformation was taking place. He felt that everything around him had become illusory. Void Extreme Immortal. He was truly stained with the word immortal. Although most of the Void Extreme Immortals did not have heavenly law immortal power, their strength was already comparable to ordinary immortal gods. Ding! Detected that the sword owner has reached the Void Extreme Celestial Realm. Gotcha started. Congratulations, sword owner, for drawing Ancient Gazing Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword, Gold Evil Blue Sword, Heaven Trampling Immortal Boots. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not too surprised. He had already guessed that he would get the Ancient Gazing Sword when he broke through to the Void Extreme Immortal Realm. In the past 50 years, his luck had never been good. He was probably waiting for this moment. Information about the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword level. Ancient Gazing description: transformed from the ancient heavenly wolf tribe. Contains the souls of billions of heavenly wolves, and can be used to form ancestral souls for battle. It possesses immense divine power, and requires at least a Void Extreme Celestial Mid-Stage cultivation base to use. Transformed from the heavenly wolf race? Zhou Xuanji was quite shocked in his heart. How powerful would an entire race be if it turned into a sword? In addition, the evil blue sword had also appeared. He had always been thinking about the 7-colored evil swords, hoping that they could form the ancient demon sword. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil red sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword. Just one more round. The heaven-treading immortal boots was a magic tool, so he could try it out after his tribulation. Use the Emperor's might to suppress the dermic powers in my body, and let the Heavenly Tao's grace concentrate on the Heavenly Tao immortal power. The old beggar's voice suddenly came to Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. The Emperor's might was a type of suppression. It could suppress those at a lower stage than oneself. But all this while, Zhou Xuanji's enemies were very powerful, so he rarely used it. But after the old beggar appeared, he gained a deeper understanding of the Emperor's might. The Emperor's might could help in cultivation. He began to suppress his origin energy with the Emperor's might, and let the heavenly law's celestial power fill his body. And so, the heavenly law's celestial power began to fuse with his bones and muscles. A while later, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a man of light. His powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Is this brat really just breaking through to Void Extreme Immortal? Yang Yutian was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not far from that of a true god. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded again. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. The radiance on the surface of his body retracted back into his body, and his entire body was glowing with a faint radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of radiance shot out from his eyes as though they were real. Heavenly Law's celestial body. His body had completely transformed into an immortal body. From now on, he would be generating celestial power instead of celestial power. In other words, he was already an immortal god, a true immortal god. He was exhilarated in his heart, but his face was cold. The transformation of his body and soul caused his power to grow tremendously. Compared to before, his power grew by more than 100 times. This sense of power filled him with pride. If he were to encounter Lu Jingfeng a few decades ago, he would not be in such a sorry state. At this moment, his breakthrough was over. He sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his qi. He stored the thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. This time, the thunderclap sword should be able to level up to celestial shaking grade, and there was hope for it to reach God-slaying grade. The lightning in its body had all been converted into heavenly lightning, which dealt innate damage to demons. The Divine Cliff's disciples discussed excitedly. They were all guessing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now. Could he resist a true god? After that, Yang Yutian dismissed the disciples. He did not disturb Zhou Xuanji and left. The sky quieted down. The old beggar appeared before Zhou Xuanji and chuckled. "Brat, you are quite talented. This time, you can be ranked among the immortals." Ranked among the immortals? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed before the 2 of them. After the light dissipated, a tall man wearing silver armor appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and had a dignified expression. Zhou Xuanji has comprehended the heavenly law immortal body and can be ranked among the immortals. Now, follow me to the God Palace to meet the Master of Gods. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the old beggar instinctively. The old beggar nodded with a smile, indicating that he could go. Chapter 469. Zhou Xuanji flew up into the sky with the legendary general. They were extremely fast. Under the guidance of the legendary general, Zhou Xuanji did not feel the barrier of the first heaven. He could not help but ask, "Could it be because I have already cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution that the restrictions of the second heaven are useless to me? If so, could he fly above the 33rd heaven directly?" The legendary general replied, "Yes. But you can only go to the 9th heaven. You cannot go to the higher heavens unless you are more powerful. Of course, the higher heavens are inhabited by powerful beings. If you are not careful, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. I advise you to be respectful." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. As a genius of the Center God province, how could the immortal gods not know of his existence? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not ask further. A while later, they finally came to the 9th heaven. There was nothing special about the sky here. It was vast and boundless with blue sky and white clouds. It was relaxing and relaxing. The legendary general flew in front. Suddenly, a radiance glowed around him. Next, the space in front of them began to ripple. A group of majestic palaces appeared. The smallest palace was 30 meters tall, while the most majestic one was 300 meters tall. There were 2 300 meters tall statues of gods in front of the gates. Teams of divine soldiers patrolled the place. Zhou Xuanji even saw some fairies entering the palace playfully. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, like a dream. Soon, the 2 flew into an arched door and continued ahead. Most of the immortal gods along the way were cold and aloof. They did not even look at Zhou Xuanji. They continued ahead. They came to the largest palace. 8 legendary generals were waiting in front of the gate. The legendary general who led the way walked up and said a few words before signaling Zhou Xuanji to follow. The 2 stepped into the palace, and a powerful radiance flashed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes instinctively. When he opened them again, he saw a gigantic silhouette on a platform in front of him. The Master of Gods. He wore a majestic silver-white emperor's robe and sat upright. His shoulders were broad, as though they could bear the weight of the world. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to hide 2 starry skies. Other than him, there was an old man in a white robe. His hair was white, but his face looked very young. The white-robed old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The youngest first-class great emperor in history. I finally meet you." The divine general who led the way bowed and left. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and asked, "I'm Zhou Xuanji, I wonder." The white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. "I'm Old Star Lord, and I'm in charge of the celestial positions in the palace. His Majesty is the master of all gods, and you'll become an immortal god in the future, and you'll listen to his orders." Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, but he felt a little jealous in his heart. The so-called immortals and gods were also used by humans. He couldn't help but wonder who was stronger between the master of all gods and the demon ancestor. The fact that the old beggar had asked him to come meant that he hoped that he could receive the protection of the master of gods. Zhou Xuanji, you were born in the northern wilderness region. After reincarnating, you retain the memories of your previous life. In this life, you have extraordinary talent and became a great emperor before 100 years old. Now, you are only 157 years old and have reached the void extreme immortal stage. Your talent is indeed powerful. We will allow you to directly become a third-rank immortal god. The Master of Gods asked as he stared at Zhou Xuanji without blinking, giving him a great deal of pressure. He asked hesitantly, "Can you explain the difference between civil and military positions?" "The positions of immortals must be different from those in the mortal realm," Old Star Lord said with a smile. "A civil position is responsible for local incense offerings and astronomical phenomena. A military position is relatively freer. You can wait for orders and slay evil in the mortal realm. Both positions allow you to enjoy incense offerings in the mortal realm, provided that there are people in the mortal realm who believe in you." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Then I will choose the military position." He did not like the fact that the civil position was going to other places. He still had to help Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff develop. "Follow me." Old Star Lord nodded and walked over. After that, Zhou Xuanji left the God Palace with him. The Master of God's expression changed. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he mumbled, "A first-class great emperor that even the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor want. What's his background?" He decided to observe Zhou Xuanji more. On the other side, Old Star Lord flew Zhou Xuanji among the palaces and explained the situation of immortals to him along the way. The factions of the immortals were collectively known as the God Palace. Most of the immortals came from the ancient immortal clans, but there were also acquired ones like Zhou Xuanji. Other than the immortals from the ancient immortal clans, the other immortals were not allowed to stay in the God Palace. They could only come up when the God Palace ordered them to. The God Palace would protect each immortal god and give them a salary, which was immortal spirit pills. Each pill contained massive amounts of spiritual qi. Other than the God Palace, no other place could produce them. Currently, there were more than 100,000 immortals and tens of millions of ordinary immortal soldiers. There was a fundamental difference between immortal gods and immortal soldiers. Immortal soldiers were not much different from cultivators in the Great Thousand World. Most of them did not have heavenly law celestial energy. With Old Star Lord leading the way, Zhou Xuanji came to a small palace. There was an elderly immortal god inside. When he saw Old Star Lord, he immediately bowed to him respectfully. "Register him as a third-rank immortal general. His name is Zhou Xuanji. Find out his identity first." Old Star Lord said with a kind smile, which made the elderly immortal god open his eyes wide. "Zhou Xuanji, the ancient genius who ranked 13th on the Great Emperor Steel?" He took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. He pulled open a drawer and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror began to reflect Zhou Xuanji's past. It was a scene of him going through a tribulation. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster was this boy? The heavenly tribulations he faced were not the ones he should have faced at his cultivation level. After a while, he took out a medallion and engraved Zhou Xuanji's name, before handing it to Zhou Xuanji. Following this, Old Star Lord brought Zhou Xuanji to receive immortal spirit pills, third-rank divine armor, and third-rank divine weapon. Old Star-Lord's status in the God Palace was extremely high, and it was rare for him to personally receive a newcomer. Soon, news of Zhou Xuanji becoming an immortal god spread. Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears, and they all knew him. I heard that boy became a third-rank immortal general straight away. Why? How old is he? He already broke through to Void Extreme Immortal. Even a Void Extreme Immortal shouldn't become a third-rank immortal straight away. As expected, talent is popular everywhere. The immortal gods began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Most of them were not convinced of his position as an immortal. It was not like the God Palace did not have any first-class great emperors. Old Star-Lord stopped and said to Zhou Xuanji, "You can go back now. The God Palace will summon you through your immortal medallion. From today onwards you are an immortal god. As an immortal god, you must act with integrity and must not harm living beings. Of course, if anyone dares to target you, the God Palace will protect you." With that, the old Star-Lord disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji played with the third-rank immortal medallion in his hand and suddenly laughed. "I have another backer, and it's a giant one." Chapter 470. Zhou Xuanji kept the third-rank immortal token and dived into the sea of clouds. He did not stop along the way. He passed through the 9 heavens and returned to the Center God province. However, it was not the divine cliff below him. Fortunately, he was already a Void Extreme Immortal, so his flying speed was much faster than before. Half a day later, he returned to the divine cliff. He didn't tell Yang Yutian about this, but went to find the old beggar first. He told them about his trip to the divine palace. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and said, "The master of all gods and that old guy Xing Chen really know how to behave. No, to be a god, a third-rank immortal general is already a great favor for you. Remember, in the future when you are in the divine palace, if anyone with a lower immortal base dares to bully you, you have to act immediately, because the heavenly rules of the divine palace are on your side. Similarly, don't antagonize existences with a higher cultivation base than you." Zhou Xuanji remembered these words, which meant that someone would provoke him. He asked, "How strong is the master of all gods? How is he compared to the demon ancestor?" In his heart, the demonic ancestor was a first-class existence. He stood side by side with the 9th Nether Buddha, the heavenly saint, and the old immortal. He felt that the old immortal might be the strongest, because the old immortal could predict the birth of the heavenly saint. Of course, it was also possible that he was just good at divination. The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "Focus on your cultivation. What's the point of asking these questions?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. "You don't know?" Then, he turned around and prepared to return to his residence. "Wait, let's go to the forest where we were training. Someone is waiting for you there." The old beggar stopped Zhou Xuanji and said this before walking towards the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji was confused in his heart, but he still flew toward the forest. Passing through the thick fog, he arrived at the forest. He saw 4 people at a glance. They were Mo Jiuqing, Grandmaster Aoshi, Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu. His expression didn't change as he walked up to the 4 people and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Grandmaster Aoshi. "Who is this guy?" Bai Hao Isin crossed his arms and coldly harumphed arrogantly as he said, "Stinking brat. We're here to give you a fortuitous opportunity and a chance for revenge. Hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt that his acting was quite good. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "My name is Tian Han, so you can call me Grandmaster Aoshi. I'm your senior apprentice brother, and we want to go to the Xian court to cause trouble. Do you want to come?" The true god that attacked the northern wilderness region came from the Xian court. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked, "What can I get? Don't tell me it's just revenge." Feng Qiu sighed. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Isin was inferior in all aspects. Moreover, it was far inferior. Mo Jiuqing said coldly, "You can take whatever you want from the Xian court?" "Oh, so exciting?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Are we leaving now?" The wolf ancestral soul sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage Void Extreme Immortal. It would probably take several hundred years, just by cultivating. He could only look for opportunities. The Void Extreme Immortal Realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfection. After reaching the great circle of the Void Extreme Immortal stage, one could attempt to become a heavenly law true god. Yes, Mo Joching nodded. Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "Give me some time. I need to make some arrangements." The 4 of them did not have any objections. Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui pouted coquettishly and said, You can never stop. You've just broken through, and you're thinking about other opportunities. Come back soon. I'll wait for you. She also planned to go down to the mortal realm to see Zhou Shaoxian. The 2 of them spent some time together before Zhou Xuanji left. After coming to the forest, the 5 of them gathered. Grandmaster Aoshi waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was within an orb of light. He glanced at Grandmaster Aoshi stealthily, feeling quite shocked. Just how powerful was this fellow's cultivation? It seemed that he was more powerful than Mo Jiuqing. Or else how could he be in charge of all of this? The Xian court has over 100 true gods, and the most powerful person was a first-class great emperor. Now his strength is unfathomable, Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence. Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence and starting to talk about the Xian court's strength. Zhou Xuanji silently listened and did not say anything. Since there were 2 big shots leading him, he only needed to focus on stealing things. Grandmaster Aoshi guessed that the Xian court was related to Xian Daoya, and this operation would most likely draw out Xian Daoya. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Xian Daoya comes from the great Emperor Dao court, and those people are all quite ferocious. This operation will leave the Center God province, so you must follow us. Don't get lost, or else you will die without a grave. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and wanted to ask why he didn't say so earlier. Was it too late to back out now? After Grandmaster Aoshi finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji looked at Bai Hao Yisin and said, Why do you only have second revolution golden immortal cultivation? This was quite heart-wrenching. Bai Hao Yisin almost coughed up blood and did not know how to retort. Grandmaster Aoshi coldly harumphed. This boy is already crippled. Feng Qiu madly nodded. Mo Jiuqing arrogantly stood by the side and did not say anything. On a wasteland, Xiao Hongjun and a man walked side by side. This man wore white clothes and a purple shirt. He had a handsome face, and his hair was combed behind his head. His facial features were chiseled, and he had a big smile on his face. Hongjun, our Xian court has discovered the location of the northern wilderness. Before, a senior apprentice brother almost destroyed the northern wilderness, but he was stopped by the demonic ancestor. 50 years later he finally returned. The Xian court plans to destroy the northern wilderness, and when the time comes, they will definitely force Zhou Xuanji to descend into the mortal realm. The man in purple smiled, looking very eager. Xiao Hongjun asked indifferently, Who from your Xian court will act? When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, she felt quite angry. This fellow was like a cockroach. No matter how much she stepped on him, she would not be able to kill him. The second court lord will personally act, the man in purple said with a pleased smile. The purple-robed man smiled smugly. Xiao Hongjun looked at him in surprise. The Xian court's second court lord was extremely powerful. Was it worth such an expert personally acting to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Thinking about it, it made sense. A scourge would last for 1,000 years, and it was best to kill Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. She smiled and said, Is that so? I hope that when we go to the Xian court, we will be able to receive news of Zhou Xuanji's death. The man in purple chuckled and said, Of course. He was filled with confidence towards the Xian court. In his heart, the Xian court was the most powerful existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly felt the orb of light stop. He opened his eyes and saw a massive island floating in the sea of clouds below. There were countless demon birds circling around it, giving off powerful demonic qi. Even from far away, Zhou Xuanji could sense powerful auras. Very good. The Xian court's 3 court lords are all here. Today we'll slaughter them. Today we'll kill them all. Mo Jiuqing said coldly, his eyes giving off killing intent. Back then, the Xian court had suppressed him before. A python inscription whip appeared in Grandmaster Aoshi's hand as he said, "Do we forcefully attack or do we have a plan?" Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu both looked incredibly excited, feeling incredibly expectant. After saying this, Mo Jiuqing swooped down. "I alone am enough." He turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the massive island, and a deafening explosion sounded out. Chapter 471. Mo Jiuqing smashed into the Xian court like a meteor, causing the massive island to crack apart. Powerful auras exploded out, shaking the heavens. Who dares to attack the Xian court? Enemy attack. Seeking death. Kill him. Despicable my house. Just who is it? How dare they? Furious curses sounded out, and following this, there were waves of explosions. Mo Jiuqing was completely unrestrained within the Xian court, rampaging about, and catching the Xian court's disciples off guard. Looking down from the sky, Zhou Xuanji and the others could sense a wave of demonic qi rampaging about the Xian court incredibly quickly. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "Let's go down together. Don't get too far away from me." After saying this, the orb of light around them suddenly shattered, and the four of them dove down. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Bai Hao Yisin and said, "Don't self-destruct again." Bai Hao Yisin felt humiliated, and his face and neck became red. He did not have time to retort before Grandmaster Aoshi and Zhou Xuanji smashed through the roof of a palace, and he and Feng Qiu rushed in. Countless disciples rushed over from all directions, and all kinds of magic techniques dazzled everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and 300 or so legendary swords shot out, all of them giving off silver light. They started to circle around Zhou Xuanji, forming a massive silver orb of light. Anyone who came close would be attacked by the legendary swords, and they were incredibly sharp. Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu kept their distance, and closely followed Grandmaster Aoshi. The two of them looked at Zhou Xuanji, looking quite shocked. What a powerful aura! This boy's control over swords was becoming stronger and stronger. Bai Hao Yisin felt quite bitter in his heart. He felt that he could not continue to wander around, or else Zhou Xuanji would leave him further and further behind. He had once been an invincible great emperor, who had swept through the northern wilderness. "Grandmaster Aoshi, you're seeking death." A furious roar sounded out as a pillar of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Grandmaster Aoshi. After the powerful light dissipated, a well-built man dressed in dark blue robes appeared. His body was like an iron tower, and he gave off a ferocious aura. He punched towards Grandmaster Aoshi, his right fist flashing with lightning and sounding like a lion's roar. Grandmaster Aoshi forcefully received this punch, and he took a step back with his right foot. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed in disdain. "Xian Court's second court lord, your strength has indeed stagnated. You really are trash." His chest shook, and he sent the second court master flying. He raised his hands and sucked the second court master toward him. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked the second court master, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The second court master crashed through many palaces and disappeared into the horizon. Tyrannical, domineering. In front of him, the second court lord was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The other side, Mo Jiuqing fought with the first court lord and the third court lord. He displayed absolute strength and suppressed the two court lords. Blood-colored demonic qi wrapped around his body, and his palms were like sabers and swords, sending two court lords flying. On the way, he also took the lives of the Xian court's disciples. The white-haired great court lord's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Mo Jiuqing, you will die a horrible death." He opened his arms, and the ninth heaven Xian thunder suddenly fell on him, and his figure quickly rose. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out from his body, filling the sky. He was even larger than the entire Xian court. Mo Jiuqing condescendingly laughed and waved his right palm. Countless blood dragons flew out from his palm and roared as they slammed into the great court lord, devouring the lightning on his body. His body blurred and came before the third court lord, and his eyes widened. The third court lord's gaze met with his, and he instantly became dazed. Pucci, the third court lord's body was covered with blood, which turned into a blood mist and bound him. Mo Jiuqing raised his hand and grabbed his head, lifting him high into the air. The great court lord tore through the lightning and blood dragons, and quickly rushed over. Mo Jiuqing did not even look back. He turned and kicked out, causing the great court lord's chest to cave in, and his body was sent flying back. Why his power? The great court lord thought to himself in shock, and despair covered his heart. The Xian court was finished. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and darted around the Xian court, collecting all sorts of treasures. If Emperor Sword Court wanted to become powerful, it needed resources. The Northern Wilderness resources could not compare to the Great Thousand Worlds. The Xian Court's disciples continuously rushed at him, but they were all killed by the legendary swords. Even Void Extreme Immortals could not block 3 of his swords. He was incredibly powerful. Rumble Grandmaster Aoshi carried the second court lord, and smashed through the palace next to him, before stepping out of the rubble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Boy, didn't I tell you not to run around?" In his hand, the second court lord's body trembled like a dead dog, and his eyes lost focus. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly startled. The second court lord's aura was incredibly powerful, and he had never thought that he would lose the ability to fight so quickly. Just how powerful was Grandmaster Aoshi? "You all!" The second court lord gritted his teeth, and opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to say something. Grandmaster Aoshi's right hand suddenly burst into flames, burning his soul to the point that he did not even have a chance to reincarnate. Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu hurried over, feeling incredibly excited. This was especially so for Feng Qiu. His body trembled in excitement. Too powerful. He was incomprehensibly powerful. Grandmaster Aoshi looked in another direction and muttered, "That fellow has also finished his battle." As he spoke, Mo Jiuqing rushed over with a gust of wind, and stopped in front of the 4 people. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Xian court's 3 elders had all fallen. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. No wonder Taichu Yudao had died at Mo Jiuqing's hands. That fellow was so powerful. Mo Jiuqing waved his right hand, and countless blood-red clones flew out from his body, and spread out in all directions. He was going to slaughter the entire Xian court. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. The winner took all. This was how it was. The Xian court had wanted to destroy the Northern Wilderness. Back then, had they shown any mercy? Mo Jiuqing suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse. The others looked down and saw a spacious underground space, and deep within it was a glowing lake. At a glance, it looked like a silver river, incredibly resplendent and beautiful. So many Xian River Earth Core flowers, not bad, Grandmaster Aoshi said as he gave a pleased smile. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled with satisfaction. Then the 5 of them jumped down. In the sky, Xiao Hongjun and the violet-robed man quickly flew. The Xian court is just ahead. When the time comes, I'll bring you to see the court lord, and help you ask for some Xian River Earth Core flowers, the violet-robed man said as he smiled. The purple-robed man smiled, and he seemed very magnanimous. Xiao Hongjun nodded slightly and said, "I wonder if your second court master has already set off." The purple-robed man pondered for a moment and said, "Soon. Recently, he has sent out his soul to search for senior brother Lu Jingfeng. Once he finds senior brother Lu Jingfeng's soul, he will head to the Northern Wilderness region." The 2 of them quickly passed through the sea of clouds, and saw the hanging court island. They suddenly stopped and widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The majestic hanging court island had already been shattered, and countless rocks and corpses floated in the air before slowly descending. There were special restrictions in the sky that allowed the island to float, and as the Xian court was destroyed, the restrictions gradually weakened. How is this possible? The purple-robed man's body trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 472. Within the ruins of a palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped out and landed on the ruins. Zhou Xuanji held a soul in his right hand. It was Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng's face was filled with fear, despair and regret. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would come and destroy the Xian court. How could this be? In the entire Xian court, he was the only one left alive. This feeling of not being able to avoid death made him feel like he was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You lost." He clenched his right hand tightly, and Lu Jingfeng's soul exploded. There was no possibility of him surviving. Although he did not know why this fellow still had a remnant soul, it was no longer important. "There's someone there." Feng Qiu suddenly pointed at Xiao Hongjun and the purple-robed man. When Xiao Hongjun saw Zhou Xuanji, he looked as if he had lost his soul. She did not understand why Zhou Xuanji would appear here. Who are the two beside him? Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi gave her goosebumps. It was as if she was facing her father. Grandmaster Aoshi sneered. "Should we kill Patriarch Bloodbat's daughter?" He raised his right hand and sucked the purple-robed man over. "What's going on?" "No. No, no, no." The purple-robed man screamed in terror, no matter how he tried to block. What welcomed him was Grandmaster Aoshi's raging flames. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, he was burnt to ashes. Xiao Hongjuan's heart was pounding with fear. She really wanted to escape. However, she found that she couldn't move. There was an invisible force binding her. She looked up and discovered that Mo Jiuqing was staring at her. His gaze was extremely cold, as though there was an unforgettable hatred between them. "Just kill him. I don't like the disgusting smell of blood." He did not have any enmity with old ancestor Bloodbat. However, he still remembered that old ancestor Bloodbat had mocked him in the past. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled and said, "Don't kill him yet. Old ancestor Bloodbat has his uses. Don't provoke him for now." Mo Jiuqing snorted coldly before the five of them turned into a ball of light and quickly flew away. Xiao Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat as he stood rooted to the ground. At this moment, she was terrified of Zhou Xuanji. The resentment in the past had completely disappeared. After all, it was impossible for Patriarch Bloodbat to destroy the Xian court. But those two people could. She tried her best to control her emotions and made up her mind that from now on, she would never think about dealing with Zhou Xuanji again. She wanted to stay away from Zhou Xuanji. Jinx. An absolute bane. It seemed that no one who opposed Zhou Xuanji would have a good ending. The destruction of the majestic Xian court was the most terrifying example. The other side, Zhou Xuanji, and the others began to discuss Xian Daoya. Grandmaster Aoshi frowned and said, "It seems like Xian Daoya has nothing to do with the Xian court." Bai Hao Yisan coldly harumphed. How is that possible? How would that bastard dare to show himself after seeing the two of you joining hands? Xian Daoya himself was not strong, at least not as strong as Grandmaster Aoshi and Bai Hao Yisan. Even if he appeared, he would not be able to help, so there was no need to add to the trouble. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He did not have a good impression of Xian Daoya, but neither did he have much hatred for him. He still owed Xian Daoya a favor. Up until now, Xian Daoya had not really targeted him. Of course, if he had the chance, he would not let Xian Daoya go. Zhou Xuanji had already harvested many Xian River Earth core flowers, and he could not wait to go back and cultivate. He asked, "What are your plans now? Are we going back?" Grandmaster Aoshi said, "I'll send you back first, and then I'll go see my revered teacher." Hearing this, Mo Jiuqing tightly frowned and immediately left. In the blink of an eye he disappeared. Grandmaster Aoshi shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. The four of them flew towards the Divine Cliff. News of the Xian court being destroyed quickly spread throughout the nearby provinces, and this shook the world. The various factions immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. The things that Mo Jiuqing had done in the Center God province had long since spread. The Tang King clan and the Dao Heaven sect were not just famous in the Center God province. After returning to the Divine Cliff, Xian Daoya still did not appear. Grandmaster Aoshi brought Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu to visit the old beggar, while Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Before Jiang Shui had returned from the mortal realm, he gave Xiao Chan and Bai Siwen 4 Xian River Earth core flowers. He also felt that Fei Hai was pleasing to the eye, so he also gave him one. Following this, he found Yang Yutian and gave him some of the Xian River Earth Core flower seeds, leaving the rest for Emperor Sword Court. Xian River Earth Core flower. Where did you get it? Isn't this the Xian Court's suppressing flower? Yang Yutian asked in delight. Following this, he felt a bit worried that the Xian Court would come to make trouble. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, I have 2 senior apprentice brothers who brought me to make trouble for the Xian Court and raze them to the ground. He gave a simple explanation of what had happened, but he did not say the names of his 2 senior apprentice brothers. Yang Yutian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. That was the Xian Court. They had been slaughtered even when 3 court lords were present. He immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. Could it be that Mo Jiuqing was one of Zhou Xuanji's senior apprentice brothers? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing's experiences were quite similar. They both had a mysterious teacher supporting them. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Yutian did not stop him, and paced around the palace, feeling quite shocked. Zhou Xuanji came to Skyfall, and gave the Xian River Earth Core flower seed to Huang Lianqin to plant. He then gave each of the other elders 5 Xian River Earth Core flowers. Everyone was curious about the origin of the flower, and he gave a simple explanation, which made everyone sigh in amazement. Daoya old man sighed and said, This brat has a new teacher, I'm no longer useful. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and ignored him. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Divine Cliff, and continued to cultivate. There were still 1,000 or so Xian River Earth Core flowers in the supreme storage. Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi did not think much of it. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qil each took some, and the majority went to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again immersed himself in cultivation. Within a month, news of the Xian Court being destroyed spread to the Center God Province. 3 months later, the Big Dipper sect was destroyed by Mo Jiuqing. The immortal gods moved out again to hunt down Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji was not summoned by the God Palace, and cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. With hundreds of Xian River Earth Core flowers, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Mid-Void Extreme Immortal. He couldn't contain his excitement. He could finally use the ancient gazing sword. In these 10 years, he had gained another 22 new divine swords. They were the Returning Void Sword, the Tumi Sword, the Setting Sun Sword, the Clay Embryo Sword, the Lingqi Sword, the Antimatter Sword, the Shrinking Steel Sword, the 9 Stars Spirit Embedding Sword, the Galaxy Mystic Dragon Sword, the Twitch Sword, the Trash Sword, the Edgeless Great Sword, the Clear Sky Sword, the North Dark Sword, the Thousand Kill Sword, the Judgment Sacred Sword, the Demon King Sword, the Illusory Sword, the Great Sun Sword, the Firmament Sword, the Primordial Heaven Sword, and the Songchant Sword. The strongest was only at the Celestial Shaking level. There wasn't even a God-slaying level, let alone Armageddon or Ancient Gazing. Today, he could finally take out the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. He took a deep breath, and left the vicinity of the Divine Cliff. He was prepared to head to a deserted place, to test out his sword. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 473. After leaving the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji landed in a mountain forest, and took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. The sword was as wide as a palm, and there were many sharp hooks on both sides of the blade. They looked like wolf fangs, and there was a wolf's head connected to the hilt. It looked sinister and terrifying, and its eyes were blood red. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji seemed to hear countless wolf howls resounding in his ears. Rumble! The surrounding forest shook violently, and the pebbles by his feet were shaken into the air. What a powerful strength! He felt that he could shatter heaven and earth with just a swing of his sword. He took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down, so that he would not be so impulsive. He tried to use the divine power of the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the surrounding trees were swept away by the wind into the sky. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression changed. He quickly put away the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword, and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though he had already reached the mid-stage of the Void Extreme Immortal stage, He was still shocked by the power of the ancient gazing sword. This sword could not be used casually, or it would cause too much of a commotion. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Kid, hand over your treasured sword." A cold cry came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a man in white standing on the ruins, looking at him coldly. This person's face was grave and stern, and there was a baleful aura between his brows. He held a long sword in his hand, ready to draw it at any time. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" Clang! The man in white drew his sword and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, he came before Zhou Xuanji. His right hand trembled, and his sword stabbed out like a snake. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-flame chimera demon sword and easily blocked it. His right hand was slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. True God! If it wasn't for the fact that he had already transformed into the heavenly path immortal body, and his cultivation level had reached the void extreme celestial middle stage, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. The white-robed man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhou Xuanji took out dozens of legendary swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Go Sweep. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The divine sword circled around the white-robed man in a frenzy, and he was unable to retaliate. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his white robe was almost torn apart. He hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. With a horrified expression, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? To be able to control so many swords, and to be in the vicinity. You are the divine cliff's Zhou Xuanji," he cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and over 300 legendary swords appeared. His aura grew tremendously, and he quickly flew towards the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man was so frightened that his guts almost ruptured. He turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the ancestral dragon sword and swallowed him in one gulp, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. The white-robed man was spat out by the 5-clawed golden dragon. He was in an extremely sorry state. All the divine swords were aimed at him, and he had no way to retaliate. "Wait! I was wrong! I was wrong! I beg you, please spare my life," the white-clothed man cried out in terror. A true god could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped and transformed back into his original form. The white-robed man fell to the ground, and a pool of blood flowed out from his body. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "What will you trade for your life?" The white-robed man didn't dare to look him in the eye. He quickly took off his storage ring and said, "There are many treasures here. Do you want to take a look?" After that, he wiped off the essence blood imprint in the storage ring and threw it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was quite satisfied. However, his face was filled with murderous intent. "Just this much?" The white-robed man trembled in fear. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why was he so foolish? Since his opponent could control such a powerful enchanted artifact, he must not be an ordinary person. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know a secret. I can tell you." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and waited for him to continue. "I found a demonic emperor cave abode, and there's a sword that looks like a divine sword in it. But it's too powerful, and I don't have the power to take it. I made a map, and you can find it if you follow the map to the mysterious dream forest." The white-robed man broke his sword and took out a map. Demonic emperor cave abode? Divine sword? Zhou Xuanji grabbed the truth sword and flew up to him. He pierced it into his chest and said, "Is what you said true?" The white-robed man replied instinctively, half true and half false. His expression turned into one of horror. "What happened?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. "Tell me the truth." The white-clothed man was terrified as he answered truthfully. The map was real, and it turned out that there were many restrictions in that cave abode. Even a true god would find it difficult to break through. He had only seen the appearance of the holy sword from afar, and had not truly touched it. Zhou Xuanji kept the map and decapitated the white-robed man, storing his soul into the Tianxia map. Since this brat dared to lie to him, he should not blame him for being ruthless. After storing everything in the storage ring into the supreme storage, he left with the map. Back at the divine cliff, He found the old beggar and told him about the demonic emperor cave abode. The old beggar took the map and examined it with a frown. The demonic emperor did leave behind many cave abodes, but I've never heard of him controlling a divine sword. He mumbled to himself, and Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. A while later, the old beggar looked up and said, "The mysterious dream forest is a forbidden ground. The fog in it can make void extreme immortals lose their sense of direction. The demonic emperor went there before, but if you go, you might be detected by the demonic emperor. He might have left something in that cave abode." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Why don't you go there for me?" The old beggar heard him, and his face turned green. He was furious. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji's nose and scolded, "How can you order your revered teacher around like this? Do you understand your revered teacher?" Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile and stared at him. Finally, the old beggar gave in. He took the map and left while cursing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He then flew up into the sky and continued to cultivate. Although he had reached mid-void extreme immortal, he felt that he was not powerful enough to control the ancient gazing legendary sword. In the following days, he planned to continue cultivating until the Heavenly Saints Tao lecture began. A month later, Mo Jiuqing attacked the Buddha Ghost sect. This time, the immortal gods appeared quickly. Not all of the Buddha Ghost sect's people died. This shocked the Center God province again. How long was Mo Jiuqing going to go crazy for? If this continued, wouldn't he be attacked by all the top-tier factions in the Center God province? Most importantly, the immortal gods could not catch him yet. Immediately, everyone in the Center God province was in a state of panic. The respect that everyone had for Mo Jiuqing turned into fear. In their eyes, Mo Jiuqing was massacring the world with the excuse of revenge. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he did not think too much about it. When he ascended, he was suppressed by many factions. He did not even know who they were. Mo Jiuqing's experience back then was not any better than his. He must have made many enemies. This day, the old beggar came back and telepathically told Zhou Xuanji to meet him in the forest. Zhou Xuanji quickly came up to the old beggar. He frowned and saw that the old beggar's right arm was gone. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 474. Damn it, I've been cheated. The old beggar cursed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that a portion of the demonic emperor's soul had been left in the demonic emperor's cave abode. While he was trying to snatch the divine sword, the demonic emperor's soul had ambushed him, causing him to lose an arm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What about the saint sword? Is it true?" The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "You don't care about me? You only have eyes for that sword." As he spoke, the old beggar took out a sword. This sword was a long sword made of bamboo. It looked very ordinary. "This is a divine sword?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned the bamboo sword with his divine sense, and did not find any spiritual chi fluctuations. It was a completely ordinary sword, a sword that even a child could make. "Of course it's the divine sword. Your cultivation level is too low, so you won't be able to see through it. Keep it for now. You'll be able to use it in the future. I've already erased the demonic emperor's mark on it. I'm sure the demonic emperor is already furious." The old beggar snorted. Speaking of this, he also became happy. "I'll go to the city to find something to eat. You can continue cultivating." After saying this, the old beggar left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji sat down and observed the bamboo sword in his hand. The legendary holy sword looked like this. It was not as powerful as the stone sword he found in the nether demon stream. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji took out the eyeball. The reason why he kept the eyeball was because he still remembered Gu Tianxia's request. Gu Tianxia left his eyes and waited for his resurrection. He tried to put his eyeball into the Tianxia map, but he could not revive Gu Tianxia. He glanced at the eyeball and the bamboo sword deep in thought. Northern Wilderness Region. A purple-clothed youth with slightly dark skin landed in front of a small river. He drew his sword, turned around and asked, "Who is it?" His name was Su Han, and he was a sword cultivator with great talent. He had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. An hour ago, He felt that someone was following him. However, he was unable to determine where the other party was. A wisp of black gas appeared out of thin air and circled around him, making his hair stand on end. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He couldn't see through the other party, but he could feel an unprecedented sense of danger. "TSK, I didn't expect your two souls to fuse so perfectly. The memories of your previous life have been erased." "Interesting." A gloomy voice came from the black gas, and Su-han was baffled. "Do you want to go to the upper realm directly? I can guide you in your cultivation and help you surpass the immortal realm." Su-han was not tempted. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He carefully asked, "Do you know my past life?" Over the years, he would often fall into a strange dream. In the dream, he was another person incomparably powerful. "That's right. In your previous life, your name was Ji Xian. You were adopted by me, so you changed your surname to Ji. You are very talented, but unfortunately, you offended a genius from the heavenly palace. Your father couldn't protect you, so he killed you." "Ji Xian." Su-han's body trembled, and he fell into a daze. "Follow me to the Great Thousand World. I can make you as dazzling as Zhou Xuanji. The most powerful genius in the northern wilderness region is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him." The cold voice rang out again, causing Su-han's eyes to shine brightly. Zhou Xuanji. All along, he had been fighting for Zhou Xuanji's goal. He had always fantasized that he could stand before Zhou Xuanji and gain his recognition, or even be accepted as a disciple. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji?" When he was young, Zhou Xuanji saved him before. He did not want to be Zhou Xuanji's enemy. "Nothing. I have always wanted to meet him," the cold voice replied. Su-han fell into a dilemma. He wanted to become powerful, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him. But when he thought about how he could become as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, his heart burned with passion. Finally, "Okay, I will go with you," he said with gritted teeth. The ball of black qi engulfed him quickly and swept him away. "Ha ha ha. Ji Xian, you don't know how talented you are. I will help you become a first-class great emperor." At the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji observed for 3 days, but still could not understand the divine sword. At this moment, he sensed something and took out his third-rank immortal medallion. The medallion trembled slightly, and a voice came. "The Master of Gods summons you. Immortals above 5th rank, head to the God Palace immediately." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Immortals summons? Could it be to deal with Mo Jiuqing? He did not think too much, and stored the divine sword into the supreme storage. After that, he flew out of his residence and soared into the clouds. With the third-rank immortal medallion in his hand, he swiftly passed through the 9 heavens and saw the God Palace from afar. Immortals flew toward the God Palace from all directions. Each of them had powerful auras, and it was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji silently remembered where he was before flying towards the God Palace. Along the way, he heard the discussions of the other immortals. "What's going on this time? His Majesty is summoning all immortals above 5th rank. Something big is going to happen. Could it be about Mo Jiuqing? It's possible, or it could be something else. No matter what it is, it must be dangerous." These immortals were not from the ancient immortal clans, so they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. Zhou Xuanji flew into the palaces and continued toward the God Palace. Soon, he entered the hall and landed with the rest of the group. He was 1,000 feet away from the Master of all gods. The Master of Gods sat on the throne expressionlessly. In front of him stood Old Star Lord, and a valiant-looking man in silver-heavy armor. That valiant-looking man's aura was extremely powerful, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was facing Mo Jiuqing or Grandmaster Aoshi. All the immortals and gods did not dare to whisper to one another. They could only transmit their voices to one another. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a while, all the immortals and gods gathered. The gate of the divine palace was closed. Old Star Lord said unhurriedly, "Recently, the demon race has been restless and seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the sovereign demon sect. His Majesty is preparing to suppress the sovereign demon sect. The immortals and deities were moved when they heard that. The sovereign demon sect was the overlord of the Center God province, and their foundation was even stronger than the Tao Heaven sect. They were naturally afraid. This mission will be personally led by Giant God Huang Hao. When the time comes, you must listen to Giant God Huang Hao's orders. Elder Star Lord continued. The immortals turned to look at the valiant man. Giant God Huang Hao, a rank 1 immortal general, was a legendary figure in the Great Thousand World. Giant God Huang Hao was expressionless and silently waited. Also, we might encounter the Great Emperor Tao Court. The Great Emperor Tao Court's origins are mysterious, and even the God Palace is unable to investigate them. The Great Emperor Tao Court has many powerful experts. Old Star Lord began to introduce the Great Emperor Tao Court, and Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. When did the Sovereign Demon Sect collude with the Great Emperor Tao Court? Also, wasn't the Sovereign Demon Sect fighting with the demon race before? He felt that there was something strange about this, but he could not figure it out. After Old Star Lord finished his introduction, he had the immortal generals leave with Giant God Huang Hao. Chapter 475. Zhou Xuanji followed the group and kept a low profile, while the immortal gods around him started to discuss. Is this mission really against the Sovereign Demon Sect? The God Palace only controls the Center God province, but the Sovereign Demon Sect is not there. They probably have other plans. You mean that the God Palace wants to expand? No matter what, with Giant God Huang Hao leading the army, we can be at ease. Giant God Huang Hao's strength is top tier in the God Palace. I wonder who is stronger, Giant God Huang Hao or the Sovereign Demon Sect's sect lord. Most of the immortal gods felt that this mission was not so simple, and it was most likely not as simple as conquering the Sovereign Demon Sect. However, because of the God Palace's might, they could only follow. Not too long after leaving the palace, millions of immortal soldiers appeared in front of them, as well as many immortal gods from the ancient immortal clans. Giant God Huang Hao grew to 3,000 meters tall, and raised his right hand. The space around him tore as a massive halberd with heavenly lightning appeared. It was even taller than his body, and the halberd blade looked savage and domineering. There was a silver gem embedded in the center that gave off a brilliant light. All of you, follow me to eliminate demons. Giant God Huang Hao raised his halberd and furiously roared. Following this, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and he stepped in. The massive immortal god army flooded into the black hole like a school of carps in a river. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Giant God Huang Hao's aura. Just how powerful was this god? Compared to Mo Jiuqing, he felt that he was not any weaker, and was even slightly stronger. Giant God Huang Hao's body flashed with lightning, allowing the immortal gods behind him to clearly see ahead. Soon, they passed through the darkness and came to another part of the sky. A bloody mist spread out and demonic chi rushed into the sky, making the entire world seem incredibly dark. Looking down, there were majestic palaces on the vast land, and countless demonic cultivators and beasts were scattered across the land. Seeing the immortal god army descend, the demon sect fell into chaos. What's that? The immortal gods are here. Prepare for battle. Everyone, take out your enchanted artifacts. Damn! Why are the immortal gods here? Such a terrifying aura. Who is that person? Heavens! Such boldness. The demonic cultivators were frightened by Giant God Huang Hao. His imposing figure gave off a domineering aura of invincibility. Anyone who stood in front of him would be terrified. Giant God Huang Hao was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with divine light. He shouted, "Sovereign Demon Sect leader, get out here!" Boom! The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, and countless palaces collapsed. Demonic cultivators leaped up one after another, their numbers uncountable. A stream of demonic chi rose from the ground, dispersing the clouds. A figure stepped out from the demonic chi. He had a head full of blood-red hair, and was tall and sturdy. He wore a frightening black robe with several ferocious evil spirits embroidered on it. His face was handsome, and his facial features were dignified. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Sovereign Demon Sect Master. Emobatian. He stared at giant god Huang Hao and said solemnly, "The Sovereign Demon Sect and the Divine Palace are minding our own business. What is the meaning of this?" He erupted with his aura. Demonic energy surged and occupied half the sky. He didn't fear giant god Huang Hao at all. Giant god Huang Hao said coldly, "Your Sovereign Demon Sect is colluding with the demon race, and even has dealings with the great Emperor Dao Court. Getting rid of you is for the sake of the world. If you surrender, I won't slaughter the demon sect disciples. Otherwise, all of you will be buried here." 3 enormous silver dragons appeared behind him. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall, and were extremely shocking. All the immortals and gods watched with excitement. Too domineering. Was this the legendary god of war? He didn't give the Sovereign Demon Sect master any room for negotiation. Emobatian was infuriated. He raised his hands and demonic energy rose from his palms as he coldly laughed and said, "Then let me experience your prowess." Hearing this, giant god Huang Hao ferociously swung his halberd and slashed out. A 300-meter-wide rainbow light flashed out, creating an apocalyptic hurricane. Boom! Emobatian slammed out with his palm, and an ocean-like demonic energy blocked the rainbow light. A terrifying might caused the ground below to continue to collapse, and the demonic cultivators and immortal soldiers nearby were directly swept away. A massive battle erupted. The immortal god army and the demon sect's army were like two floods as they clashed together. Zhou Xuanji held the 2 Armageddon legendary swords and slaughtered in all directions. He unleashed world internalization to absorb the demonic cultivator's magic energy and increase his own cultivation. Emobatian and giant god Huang Hao clashed together. The 2 of them were like giant gods who created the world. Both of them were thousands of meters tall, and their attacks were incredibly powerful. The armies of both sides distanced themselves from them in case they were accidentally injured. Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind cutter sword and held the all-evil yin-yang destruction and holy light divine shadow sword. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. During this period of time, he encountered a true god, and in less than 10 rounds, the true god was killed and reduced to ashes. He felt incredibly excited. It seemed that he really had the strength to kill true gods. Before, the white-clothed man was too weak, and he did not dare to believe it. But now, he was completely convinced. If he took out the wolf ancestor soul sword, wouldn't he be able to sweep across the true god stage? His lips curled upwards, and he laughed in high spirits. Many people from both armies noticed him. He had void extreme immortal cultivation, but he could easily kill true gods. No one could understand this. Could he be Zhou Xuanji? Yes, it's him. Apart from him, who else has such talent? Too terrifying. No wonder he could become a first-class great emperor. On the immortal god side, many immortal gods were convinced by Zhou Xuanji. On the demon sect's side, more and more demonic cultivators surrounded and attacked Zhou Xuanji. "Brat! Don't be arrogant." A loud cry came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a purple-robed old man with messy white hair charging towards him with an iron staff. His aura was extremely powerful, and the demonic cultivators and immortal gods along the way were all sent flying away. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully and unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A gigantic golden Buddha rose from the ground, causing the immortal gods and demonic cultivators to retreat in fear. In an instant, he became the tallest existence on the entire battlefield. 1,000 hands stretched out, each holding a sword, and they wildly slashed at the purple-robed old man. Boom! 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 The 1,000 swords slashed wildly without any technique, and the impact caused dust to fly up. Countless demonic cultivators were heavily injured, and some even died on the spot. Emobatian, who was fighting with giant god Huang Hao, could not help but glance at him. Who is that brat? Emobatian was shocked. He did not expect the god palace to have such a genius. He could see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. He was only a mid-void extreme immortal. Wasn't his battle power a bit too ridiculous? On the other side of the battlefield, Missouri Yuha also noticed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He immediately guessed his identity. It's him. He's already this powerful? Mo Yuha's expression was unsightly. After the Ascender examination, he had already broken through to the early void extreme immortal. However, compared to Zhou Xuanji, he was miles away. Why? Why was he so powerful? Mo Yuha could not calm himself down, and he threw his fury into the battle. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his might and ravaged the battlefield. The ferocious purple-robed old man was scared into hiding and did not dare to attack him again. Giant God Huang Hao furiously roared, and his aura exploded. Mo Baitian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his palms to block. A massive sword of light descended from the sky and hit Mo Baitian, causing him to howl in shock. Chapter 476. After being struck by the light sword, Mo Baitian couldn't move at all. His expression drastically changed, and he seemed to be a little flustered. Giant God Huang Hao charged over with his giant halberd, startling him so much that he immediately dissipated into demonic energy. Following that, the light swords exploded, turning into countless light arrows that shot towards various parts of the battlefield. They accurately killed the demonic disciples, and not a single immortal soldier or immortal general was accidentally injured. Giant God Huang Hao's eyes turned cold, and a scorching light burst forth from his body. It was as dazzling as the sun. Countless demonic disciples clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Those with weaker cultivations were directly reduced to ashes. What is this? This light so hot. Ah, it hurts. How could this be? Everyone run. What kind of light is this? Why is it able to dissolve my powers? The devil disciples fled in all directions in fright. Even Mo Baitian's devil chi also fled quickly to avoid the bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt that this light was very warm, but seeing the miserable state of the evil cult, he could not help but be alarmed. What kind of divine ability was this? Giant God Huang Hao. My sovereign demon sect will definitely take revenge one day. Mo Baitian's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. His figure was filled with resentment and unwillingness that seeped deep into his soul. The ball of demonic energy revolved around Giant God Huang Hao at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. The entire world was flooded with sunlight, and no one could fully open their eyes. Giant God Huang Hao, who was at the center of the light, was like a sun god, insufferably arrogant. One day, where else can you run to? Giant God Huang Hao laughed in disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around his body intensified. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred, and he quickly closed his eyes. Mo Baitian's miserable screams resounded in his ears, causing his scalp to go numb. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain Mo Baitian was going through right now. The devil cult was in despair and fear. Even someone as powerful as their sect master was powerless in front of Giant God Huang Hao. There was only one ending that awaited them. That was death. It didn't take long for Mo Baitian's cries to stop. The cries of the devil disciples also began to die down. The light dimmed, and Zhou Xuanji forced his eyes open. He looked around and saw that the number of demonic cultivators had decreased drastically. Many of them were turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they died, their faces were filled with despair and fear. The giant god exterminating demons was like the might of heaven. More and more fiend disciples were reduced to ashes. The immortals stopped and watched the scene in silence. Giant God Huang Hao's strength had shaken them, and their emotions were indescribable. After a while, there were no more followers of the sovereign demon sect in this land. Perhaps there were some who had escaped, but it was no longer important. The sovereign demonic sect that had almost ruled over the Center God province in the past was wiped out just like that, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with excitement. Such mighty power really fascinated him. If he was this powerful, would he still need to worry about being suppressed by other forces? His heart was burning, and he couldn't wait to go back and cultivate in seclusion. The sovereign demon sect has been annihilated. Return to the God Palace. Giant God Huang Hao spoke. After speaking, a giant hole appeared behind him. He turned and walked into it, and the immortal gods followed closely behind. This battle could be said to have been decided by Giant God Huang Hao alone. They all understood that the divine palace did not need them to do anything. It was just taking the opportunity to intimidate them. Anyone who wanted to betray the divine palace would first have to consider the gap between themselves and giant god Huang Hao. Zhou Xuanji followed, and at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Brat, come here." Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He turned around instinctively, but did not see any trace of Xian Xianghua. He frowned deeply, and did not know if he should believe it or not. Could it be that an enemy was luring him here? "You will only believe me after I tell you the story of Marshal Tianpeng?" Xian Xianghua's voice came again, and her tone sounded a little bitter. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He immediately turned into a stream of sword light and flew away. The immortal gods were vast and mighty, and no one noticed his disappearance. Soon, he flew past the barren land and came to a beautiful place. Xian Xianghua, who was wearing a purple dress, sat on a giant rock by the lake. She was still wearing a veil, and her hair was black and beautiful. Her eyes were bewitching and cold, like a scorpion. Zhou Xuanji levitated in front of her and asked, "How have you been?" He realized that he could not see through her cultivation, which was a little strange. Could it be that her cultivation was higher than his? Impossible. Zhou Xuanji firmly believed in his cultivation speed. Xian Xianghua sat up straight, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She said, "It's all right. After I ascended, I joined a demonic faction and wanted to control that faction step by step. I did not expect the heavenly saint to appear out of nowhere and was chased out of the Center God province. Just when we left the Center God province, we were ambushed by the fiends." She spoke tirelessly and casually, skipping over all the hardships and obstacles along the way. After leaving the Center God province, Xian Xianghua joined the fiends because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. The person who created the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique was still alive. He had completely become a demon and was working for the fiends. Xian Xianghua was his descendant, so she was protected by him and successfully joined the fiends. This time, Xian Xianghua represented the fiends to discuss cooperation with the sovereign demon sect, but she was ambushed by the immortal gods. She escaped quickly and wanted to leave, but she saw Zhou Xuanji. "I can't resist my longing for you, so I called out to you," Xian Xianghua said faintly. Xian Xianghua said faintly, but the ridicule in her beautiful eyes made it hard for Zhou Xuanji to believe her. He snorted unpleasantly. "Because of you, it will be very troublesome for me to return to the Center God province." He did not even know which direction the Center God province was. Xian Xianghua got up slowly and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. How can I not know that? I asked you to stay because I have something good for you. It can increase your cultivation again, but this serendipity can only be used once." Zhou Xuanji heard her and became curious. Xian Xianghua lifted his chin and said with a smile, "My little husband, come with me." After that, she turned around and flew away. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind her. Xian Xianghua began asking about his past. He did not hide anything and told her about his experiences after he ascended. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Seems like I'm luckier than you. I did not face as many dangers as you did. You are a jinx indeed. Wherever you go, you will encounter misfortune." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Can you not hurt my feelings?" The two came to a valley, and there was a portal stuck to the mountain wall in the depths. "This is the portal to the demonic world. You have learned the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Disguise yourself with demonic chi later. After you receive the serendipity, I will send you back to the Great Thousand World personally. Don't tell anyone that you are from the Northern Wilderness region, understand?" Xian Xianghua instructed as she placed spirit stones on the portal. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what serendipity it would be. He believed that she would not harm him. Could it be that serendipity was the reason why she could become so unfathomable? Soon, the portal was activated, and the two stepped into it. After passing through the portal and experiencing a period of darkness, Zhou Xuanji stepped out from another portal. The world before him was like hell. The sky was dark, and the ground was blood red. White bones were everywhere, and it was bleak and desolate. Chapter 477. Zhou Xuanji activated the celestial devil rebirth technique immediately. Demonic qi surrounded his body. He looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "Where are we going next?" Xian Xianghua looked around and said, "Just follow me. From now on, you are my guard. Without my orders, do not speak. Just act according to the situation. Understand?" To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being careless, she said softly, "There are many powerful cultivators in the demonic realm. Back then, giant god Huang Hao almost died when he descended to the demonic realm. You have seen how powerful giant god Huang Hao is." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not doubt this at all. The demonic ancestor's prowess was deeply ingrained in his heart. He could injure Mo Jiuqing even though it was not his original body. How powerful would his original body be? He might not be weaker than the heavenly saint. Even the heavenly saint only dared to occupy the center god province. If he was powerful enough, he should have taken over the entire Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji thought as he left with Xian Xianghua. The two flew swiftly along the ground. They encountered many demons along the way. Xian Xianghua unleashed her demonic might, and the demons did not dare to come close. Zhou Xuanji followed behind her, and was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's aura was almost at the level of a true god. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter could allow her cultivation to soar so rapidly? They were silent along the way. They flew for about 4 hours. The two of them quickly moved forward, and landed in a desolate valley. This desolate valley was formed by dozens of small mountains, and each small mountain was covered with caves. They were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted. Xian Xianghua brought Zhou Xuanji and flew into one of the caves. The tunnels inside extended in all directions, and there was no end in sight. The two traveled swiftly and went around in circles. Zhou Xuanji almost forgot the way he came. The stone walls around them had a special power that blocked out divine senses. Soon they came to the bottom. This underground space was not very spacious. There was a stone statue that was half a meter tall in front of them. An oil lamp was placed beside it, which barely illuminated the surroundings. This stone statue looked like an ape, but there was something strange about it. Perhaps it was because it had 4 eyes. This is the primordial ancestor statue. It can completely stimulate the potential of any living being, and at the same time, it can help increase one's cultivation. How much one can increase depends on one's innate talent. Of course, after increasing one's cultivation, one can still cultivate, and their cultivation speed might even be faster. Any living being can only use it once in their lifetime. Once it's used, the primordial ancestor statue will turn into dust, and after a while, it will appear somewhere else in the devil realm. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. It could stimulate one's potential? Zhou Xuanji asked. Is it better to increase my potential earlier or later? Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, "Could it be that you want to take it for yourself and wait for the most suitable opportunity?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and did not refute. The primordial ancestor statue cannot leave the demon world. Once it does, it will turn to dust and alert the demon ancestor. You can hide it just like I am doing now, but in a few years, it will leave on its own, making it difficult to capture. Xian Xianghua said with a shrug. She had thought of everything that Zhou Xuanji could think of. This time, she went to the sovereign demon sect to find an opportunity to contact Zhou Xuanji. She had 2 missions to the Great Thousand World, but she did not have the time to look for Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to her. Walk in front of it, bend down, and place your forehead against its forehead. Xian Xianghua walked up to the primordial ancestor statue and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the primordial ancestor statue immediately. He bent down slightly and pressed his forehead against the primordial ancestor statue's forehead. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his consciousness fell into chaos. In the outside world, his body gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire underground cave. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with anticipation. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unparalleled. This time, how powerful could he become with the primordial ancestor statue? Shortly after, she sat down on the ground and began cultivating. Zhou Xuanji, who was beside her, sat down unconsciously and turned into a man of light. Surging spiritual chi flowed into his body. This place was far away from the surface, and with the special rocks, everything was peaceful. In a gloomy palace, a man in a loose black robe opened his eyes suddenly. His face was pale, and his eyes were blood red. His white hair was extremely long, even longer than his black robe. He looked like a malicious spirit. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "A first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue?" The primordial ancestor statue had always been a legend in the demon realm, and people often used it. But a first-class great emperor. He knew all the first-class great emperors in the demon realm. Almost all of them had used the primordial ancestor statue. He closed his eyes and observed. A moment later he cried out in surprise, "It's him!" His lips curled up into an indescribable smile. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's cultivation suddenly broke through to late void extreme immortal. Xian Xianghua, who was beside him, opened her eyes and said to herself, "It has begun." In less than half a day, he broke through a small stage of void extreme immortal. It was really fast. Back then it took her 7 days to break through. She could not help but look forward to what stage Zhou Xuanji would reach. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji fell into a mysterious state. He was looking back at his past, starting from Earth and ending in this life. His physical body was transforming. He had the heavenly law immortal constitution, a first-class great emperor, and he had the violet demon monarch's heart. He was extremely talented, but these three qualities had not truly merged together. Another half a day passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to complete void extreme immortal. Strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. His aura was so powerful that the cave walls around him trembled. Xian Xianghua had no choice but to retreat into the cave and keep a distance from him. This guy! Xian Xianghua opened her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. She was an early heavenly law true god. Before encountering the primordial ancestor statue, she was enlightened by her ancestor and reached the early void extreme immortal. That was how she could reach her current cultivation. How high would Zhou Xuanji's cultivation be? She was filled with anticipation. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness began to awaken. He opened his eyes, and the primordial ancestor statue's monkey face entered his vision. "My cultivation!" He looked down at his hands in surprise. Complete void extreme immortal. The surging heavenly law celestial power gave him the urge to roar. He was addicted to the unprecedented power. Thump! 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 The beating of the violet demon monarch's heart resounded in his ears like the rumbling of heavenly thunder, shaking his soul. A purple radiance shone from his forehead. It was the nine-sword violet Tai Chi diagram. His cultivation continued to grow tremendously. This speed of growth was even more exaggerated than when he ascended and underwent the tribulation. While he was excited, he was also filled with fear toward the primordial ancestor statue. What was the origin of this statue? Another period of time passed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle and broke through again. Heavenly law true God. His soul grew stronger, and his divine sense spread out. His divine sense penetrated the ground and swept across the entire demonic world. Faintly, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. That pair of eyes was even more majestic than the demonic ancestors. Chapter 478. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the heavenly law true God stage. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Armageddon True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Gold Evil Orange Sword. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not overjoyed because of this, because he was focused on his cultivation. Soon, the feeling of being watched disappeared. The heavenly law's celestial power in Zhou Xuanji's body continued to grow. His heavenly law celestial constitution was also transforming and growing more powerful. The violet demon monarch's heart began to merge with his body. His heart turned silver at a visible speed. Thump! 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 His heartbeat grew faster and faster, as though the world was exploding beside his ears. Such a heartbeat, along with the rapid growth of his celestial power, made him feel like he was walking on clouds. This feels so good. Just now, he felt that he was more than 100 times more powerful than before. The quality and quantity of the celestial power in the heavenly law had increased significantly, especially the heavenly law celestial constitution, which felt like a mortal becoming a god. Xian Xianghua stepped back again, and a violent airflow blasted toward her face. She was shocked that he had reached the heavenly law true god stage so quickly. The primordial ancestor statue's upgrade had just begun. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the intermediate heavenly law true god stage. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the late heavenly law true god stage. The horrifying growth made him unable to calm down. He could not even stop to stabilize the heavenly law's celestial power in his body. The violent celestial power gave him an urge to destroy everything. It was very uncomfortable to have it stuck in his body. 6 days later, he reached the complete heavenly law true god stage. From the intermediate void extreme immortal stage to the complete heavenly law true god stage. 6 levels of minor cultivation. Many living beings could not cross this threshold in 100,000 years, or even 500,000 years. The growth of his celestial power began to slow down. He was not disappointed but still excited. He was already satisfied with his cultivation. He did not even know how powerful he was. The radiance on his body began to fade, and he was revealed. His robe was not damaged, but his skin was glowing. Especially his eyes, which were brimming with vigor, seemed to contain 2 worlds. Xian Xianghua came to his side and asked excitedly, "What stage are you at now?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "Complete heavenly law true god." After reaching the heavenly law true god, he vaguely sensed all the information about this stage. True god. He could freely traverse planes and escape from the 5 elements square heaven. From today onwards, if he wanted to return to the northern wilderness region, he would no longer need to use the teleportation door. Even if the teleportation door was destroyed, it would not matter. Moreover, when he descended to the northern wilderness region, his cultivation would not be suppressed by the heavenly law. No mortal realm was as important as a true god. This was the thinking of the heavenly Tao. The reason why his cultivation was suppressed before was because the heavenly Tao wanted to protect the mortal world. Very soon, then his cultivation stopped increasing. Everything returned to normal, but he felt that the celestial power in his body was so abundant that it felt like it would leak out at any moment. He took a deep breath and looked at the primordial ancestor statue. The primordial ancestor statue turned to dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned to look at Xian Xianghua and asked curiously, "Where did it come from?" Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "I don't know. My ancestor brought me to find it." He didn't know the origins of this divine statue either. It was said that it existed when the demon realm was born. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the 2 of them left this underground region. Xian Xianghua brought him to the nearby teleportation gate and sent him back to the boundless world. She did not know which portal was the closest to the center god province, so she could only arrange it as best as she could. But Zhou Xuanji did not care. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to fear anything. He was looking forward to how powerful he was now. He could dominate the heavenly law true god stage with ease. 2 hours later, the 2 of them came to a portal. Xian Xianghua looked at him and said faintly, "I have to go back and report the news. I can't keep you company. Your breakthrough might have attracted the attention of the demon realm. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He regretted it immediately after he asked. The immortal gods would not allow demons to enter the center god province. Xian Xianghua put the spirit stone into the slot of the portal and shook her head with a smile. "I don't want to follow you. If I do, I will slack off. I want to become more powerful so that I can accompany you." After that, she gently pushed Zhou Xuanji into the portal. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you stay by my side." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the portal. Next, the radiance in the portal dissipated, and his aura was gone. Xian Xianghua smiled and was about to leave. But just when she turned around, she saw a white-haired old man standing not far away, staring at her silently. This person wore a gray robe. The bottom of the robe was tattered as though it had been burned. His face looked ancient. and his eyes were turbid, giving off an aura of death. "Why are you here?" Xian Xianghua asked with a frown. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. The white-haired old man said, "I've been here for a long time. I want to see which first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue." His voice was hoarse and gave off a powerful aura. "This child is good. He's a good match for you." He continued to speak, which made Xian Xianghua's frown relax. After leaving the portal, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Great Thousand World. He did not know where he was, but there was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a good opportunity for him to test his power. Boom! He unleashed his aura, which shook the heavens and earth. The clouds in the sky were dispersed. The powerful celestial energy shook the ground, causing the ground to crack. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway and leaped up. It was still 30,000 meters tall, but its aura was completely different. Arms grew out from his back, and the golden swords in his hands changed. Each golden sword was surrounded by heavenly lightning and looked extremely domineering. He spread out his divine sense and quickly scanned across millions of miles into the distance. He saw many cities, countless demons and cultivators. Soon he caught some information. This was not the Center God province, but the Qingxian province. It was only one province away from the Center God province. He deactivated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and flew on his sword. He suddenly remembered the 2 swords he obtained when he broke through to Heavenly Law True God. Armageddon Grade, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Gold Grade Evil Orange Sword. He first took out the True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, and the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword Name: True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Grade: Armageddon. Description: a Qilin nurtured by the true sun is indomitable. It can swallow an entire ocean. Its body is forged into a legendary sword that can destroy the mortal world. The True Sun Qilin Divine Sword was silver in color. The connection between the hilt and the blade was covered with Qilin scales. The entire sword looked majestic. Although it was not wide, it was not thin either. It was extremely sharp. He stored the sword and focused his attention on the Evil Orange Sword. He had gathered all 7 legendary swords: Evil Green Sword, Evil Yellow Sword, Evil Purple Sword, Evil Crimson Sword, Evil Red Sword, Evil Blue Sword, and Evil Orange Sword. What kind of ancient demonic sword would they form when they fused? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.